Ah, fuck, I lost my pen.
That's what the stream
You
got
know.
to hear first. Oh fuck, I lost my pin.
Fuck, I lost my pen. I lost my lucky pen.
We're just all pent up here.
Oh god.
Well,
What
yuck.
the fuck?
Well, yuck.
Oh, wait.
Hello, everyone. How is everyone doing? Welcome back to more Shadows of Landar.
I'm dying.
No dying.
Raven isn't dead yet.
I didn't say Raven was dying. I said I'm dying.
Well, shit. I don't know what to tell you. So, it's been a couple weeks. But last time, our party disembarked from, well, the session before last as well, they disembarked from the city of Whitestone to head north. Because in a time of, what is the word? I just had the word in my head. What the hell?
Despair?
No, it wasn't despair. It was a wedding. It was fine. A time where the party returned. There you go. A return for celebration as Null and Stalverk were getting married. Well, at the reception, there was a bit of a party crasher, and I use that term lightly because he just kind of wandered in slightly and requested the party's help as an old enemy of theirs, Soren, revealed himself and requested their aid.
Was that the episode before?
It was.
Okay.
I'm leading up because
Okay. I was
it
like,
has
wait.
been a few weeks. It has been a couple weeks as far since the last one, so just a quick recap of how we got here. So the party set out and agreeing to help him, and they went through the forest, came across a couple of frost giant zombies. Which one was eaten by a giant frostworm? Then the party battled some frostworms and a frost giant zombie. Almost going completely tits up. It was a bad time. Mostly because of things exploding. The worms exploding is actually what almost screwed them over. They did handle that situation, however, and they proceeded on their path towards the mountain, in which they came across a blind ranger and his family as they were clearing the forest of these things that had just started appearing. And they proceeded after that, and we ended last time as they got to the base of the mountain. Party did have a long rest, I will say that, because it was at least a day's travel between the worms and the mountain. So that is where we pick up. The party is at the bottom of this mountain.
That's fine.
Totally fine.
Oh yeah.
I don't think I'm gonna be able to ride this up there.
That's unfortunate.
You're right.
Far enough.
Push, you'll be fine. I'm sorry. Come
Okay.
We're hiking.
Great. I will say you guys begin to set off in the direction of the mountain. As you get to the actual base of it, however, you notice this mountain's going to be almost very hard to climb. and to go upward on it.
Hmm.
Because you notice the pathways are at a very steep angle, and they are covered in ice.
Huh.
I don't
What
know
if
about
we go
the rest.
through the mountain?
I don't know about the rest of you, but I did not learn to ice skate over the last 2 years.
Wait, how far up the mountain do we need to get?
Mm.
Either you guys don't exactly know where the opening to the stuff is.
Oh, damn it. I was thinking about dimension dooring.
Be by yourself.
Go ahead, dimension door 500 feet off the mountain. I can't wait to tell you to make several dexterity saving throws as you slip down the mountain. Let's go.
I'd be taking someone else with me.
Stalverk
Yeah,
can
no.
cheat. I mean, he has that liftoff thing that he could just keep using.
Stalverk could cheat. That's the best part.
Yeah.
So hey, Stalverk, we're going up the mountain. What?
I mean, yeah, as long as he has his points, he can keep doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it'd be like,
How can
"Hi,
I
Raven."
bullshit this? Oh, right. I can fly.
What? All right, you have the spell. It's like, wait, what?
I technically can do that too.
Oh, yours is better. Mine turns
he
into a
he has
bird.
the fly spell too.
Oh, I don't have the fly spell. I just the ability
Levitate.
to polymorph.
Oh,
Yeah.
polymorph.
Oh,
I mean, I can eat people with telekinesis.
Yeet the vampire. Yeet Raven. Yeet Raven.
don't yeet.
It's
Yeet
fine.
Letari.
Huh. What's it? Spells. See how he can bullshit this with magic.
Technically, he can do his surge die thing and then cast fly on someone else. That fixes
True.
at least his and one other person's issue.
I mean, I might be able to carry one person if I turn into a big bird.
Something here.
Oh dear.
What's this do?
I could turn into a giant snow owl.
Oh Jesus!
I come back to that.
Yes. Giant snow owl.
I mean, that's one way to do it.
Heck yeah, it is.
I mean, fun fact: he has wind walk.
Oh, you know?
Jeez, cat.
Huh.
I mean, we would just be the cloud forms, but we'd be able to actually search up and down the mountain.
Mm-hmm. You couldn't talk to each other. But
Yeah. Well, we have the coins to technically talk.
Mm-hmm.
true.
Just takes a minute to turn back.
Yeah.
But it lasts 8 hours.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
It's not concentration, is it?
No, it's just 8 hours. It's just straight
Yeah.
until you,
Yeah, so you could take a minute and turn back into it as well. As far as
yeah.
Yeah, it's just the last 8 hours you just basically toggle between, basically. It just takes a bit.
mm-hmm. And I think as you move 300
Move.
feet per second,
Yeah, you move fucking fast.
look
Yeah.
around.
It's 300 feet, and they can either take the dash or revert. That's all they can do. So technically 600 feet if you dash.
Oh,
True.
Jimmy Christmas.
Yeah.
Oh wow, yeah.
And you can do it to 10 willing creatures, including yourself. Or you, and up to 10.
Nice.
You know,
That
that might
I mean,
be
it
our
would,
best.
yeah, it'd probably be the least spell wasting option.
Yeah.
Because
I mean, it would
he'd use a
just
level slot, but it would be the least wasting in the long run for everyone else.
Because it'll just stay there, too.
Yeah.
8-hour spells are fun.
Yeah.
And if worse comes worse, if we can hide for a minute, we can fucking bolt.
Yeah, because you'll have resistance to damage from non-magical weapons. Oh, that's really all it gives you resistance to? That's interesting.
Yeah, that's a weird one. You would expect it to be, I'd understand like you not having resistance like force or thunder,
Things that could affect a cloud.
Exactly. But yeah, it's strange actually.
I'd expect resistance to like fire or something, because how do you burn a fucking cloud?
Hey, you can burn water, but it just takes skill.
Sure.
It's fine. All I would have to do is drop down a burning ring of copyright infringement.
Well, if you guys want to cast it, it takes a minute to cast unless you want to figure something else out.
Uh,
I literally only have polymorph that can solve this problem, and that would be going back and forth.
Yeah, and I'm
Yeah.
looking through Huffle's
Yeah.
spells at the moment, and
Because
Yeah,
even if he uses
not
fly
really.
and the surge die, that it's just expending more resources. Is probably why he would suggest that. Instead.
Yeah.
yeah, David
we
ain't
want you
got
to keep the
shit for
surge
the
die
situation.
Yeah.
I can dimension door twice.
actually, the
I'm
only
a tiefling with a gun. I got nothing.
only thing Huffle actually has is polymorph as well. That's the only thing she really has to solve this as well.
We'd never be
So-
able to get everybody without making multiple trips. Basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So yeah, he'll do that then.
Okay.
Twin walk.
Easy enough. You take that minute and you cast it. And all of you go into clouds.
Neat.
Oh, the poof.
Yep, auto poof. And if you try and just talk vocally, all you hear from yourself is
Oh, what the fuck?
you hear wind. That is it. You hear little fart sounds.
Oh, poof.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
You know what? I approve.
At
Guess
least we can
Noel's gonna, like-
see and like follow
Yeah.
each other. So
Mm.
You can still see and you can hear everything in your surroundings as well. Just not vocally to each other, kind of thing. But
Yeah, no. Basically searching the mountain.
Here we go.
Okay.
I'm gonna mute for a sec to yell at the kids.
all right, take your
Mm.
Because
I
no,
think
like
I need. Where'd that notebook go?
Over there.
yes.
You need to make. Where did I write that down at? Give me one moment. Guess I actually wrote something down this time. Find cave entry. There it is. Perception checks. I need
Perception.
perception checks from everybody. Oh, everybody's gonna crash.
Oh,
Why?
jeez.
Computer wise, stop it.
Oh,
I assume-
that is.
I assume Owl was pooped out of existence. He would have been able to
There we go.
convert.
Yeah.
Oh.
And she goes into a shadow. Oh shit.
So, tabletop
Oh.
just crashed.
Oh, nice.
Oh, fun.
Good job.
So remember our perception numbers.
Yeah.
I didn't see them because everything was freezing up.
Yeah.
So us as players remember our perception numbers.
There you
Does
go.
Yep.
Is Myers in a gaseous form with me? I'm assuming.
Yes.
Okay.
He would have been a willing creature.
Yeah, I was gonna say just to keep up with us, he would have had him included.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Yeah.
Yeah.
he doesn't have to worry about the owl or Ellie at least.
Yeah.
Mhm.
While you were casting it, David could have literally just did the whole little pocket dimension thing for
Oof, the owl.
Fuzzwing.
Yeah.
That owl would have
Yeah.
been like even more bug-eyed when it came out of that form. Let's be honest.
It would have been like, let's just fucking happened.
Or it would have been.
I was fast.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. With the way that owl looks, it would have been too stupid to figure out how to come out of the form.
Oh.
I'm not gonna lie.
Oh.
You
You
just
know,
would have had this little
that
gas
is
cloud
fair.
following you for the rest of the day.
Fucking zooming around you. It's like a goddamn ping pong
See-
off walls.
I will point out, You know what's funny though? Technically, you could end that effect as far as even though it's not concentration, you can choose just to end the effect. Technically.
Only the creature can.
Yeah,
That it's been
that's what I was
cast
meaning.
on.
Yeah.
So he can't end it personally.
Oh well, shit! Never mind.
Yeah, it has to
So
be.
I need. So guess what? Guess what? I need to recreate.
Oh damn.
The Huffle token. Because apparently it never auto-saved in that time.
Hooray!
Tabletop, we love you.
Shit, I need to do a quick beer back.
Alrighty then.
Yeah, unfortunately with duration stuff, you can't just auto-end it. Doesn't work like that.
Yeah. It'd work a whole lot easier if you could.
No, but for a lot of that stuff, it's nice to just have, to be fair.
Fair. Right, scale it down. With that Huffle there. Scale down a little bit more. Eh. There you go, and that is your Huffle.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it might work better if I change my color as well.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm
A
sitting
little
here
bit.
just creating tokens, everything is as the spectator color. It's like, don't worry about it.
And now I can put my perception.
There we go.
Wait. Oh, there's...
Yes, perception is from everybody.
Hey!
I finally got in the game. It wasn't showing up for me.
Oh, that's so fun.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
I love the fact that I rolled.
Okay,
four,
16, 15, 6, 3. And drag stepped away.
Boy. I think he got a 13, if I remember
I
right.
think he.
Yeah.
Yes, there we go.
The
Welcome
squish
back.
is returned.
Yep.
Hello there.
And I rolled a 19 on the die for Huffle. Apparently, anything
Alright.
rolled for Huffle is going to be a high number. This is going to be interesting. Her dice powers carry over to her character sheet, apparently.
Hmm.
So that is a dirty 20 on her end. So, the only people that don't see anything,
God.
Letari and Raven.
Hello.
I'm sorry, the DC was 10. The
Yeah.
DC was 10.
I rolled
Yeah.
a 5 on the die, so like.
Because you got
Latari's not used to being off the ground, okay?
I hate being off the ground. She's made this very clear. She doesn't like not being on the ground.
I'm gonna
Would
tell
prefer to
Val
be
to
in
start
water.
casting Levitate on you. Just randomly.
No.
That's gonna suck. Anyways,
Tell her it's the gun.
you guys immediately proceed to fly upward 50 feet, and you see, if you've been able to get up the pathways curve around and end up leading up into another clearing type area about 40 feet by 30 feet. So it's a medium-sized clearing slightly. And up against the mountain you see this massive cave opening.
Well, at least it wasn't too far.
No.
But it was far enough that we still would have been wasting so much to get everybody up there.
Unfortunately,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah. So, I take it is not difficult to notice. We're not all here.
I think they were just following us.
Yeah, they just didn't.
Oh.
They just, you guys, the ones who beat the DC would have found it first and then pointed it out to them. That's the way I'm doing that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Picture literally all just spiraling real quick and going that direction. Like, hey,
Hey. Shh.
I can't yell at you, so I gotta make motions.
Hey, to be fair, if we finish this fast enough, we have a way down. Now too.
True. Yeah, he would fly to the clearing, keeping an eye out for danger.
Mm-hmm.
Right. As you guys go to the lane, make me perception checks.
Again?
Yes.
Oh, that's much better.
That's better.
Hey guys, so it's really funny. You're gonna laugh.
Roll.
Jesus.
I rolled a nat 1.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, I will play. The DC for this one is not 10. So unfortunately, the 9 I rolled for Huffle on the die is not going to meet the thing. DC, however, sorry, Letari,
Oh, good.
you still don't hit the DC.
Cool.
DC 15.
What about
Because-
my natural 1? Do I hit
Oh,
the
your
DC?
natural 1,
I rolled
Raven,
a
for
natural.
somehow you're blind.
She lands face first into the snow.
Well,
Got
there's
used
a
to the speed.
problem. Because there's the thing. There's a reason I had you roll perception. Because as you go towards the clearing, those who rolled a 15 or rolled higher than a 15, you notice the clearing used to have a small pond in the center of it.
Okay.
And while it's frozen over, the ice doesn't, from those perception checks, the ice doesn't seem that thick.
I don't know.
Meaning you might want to avoid landing on it. 3 of you did not. So
Well, it takes a minute to transform. I
it
think probably, like,
does.
Mhm.
And you wait
Big
like
deal.
practically nothing while you're doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
basically, be like, tell those
No,
two to
no.
stop.
no, that 3 actually.
Three. Oh, that's right. There's
Huffle
3.
rolled a
You
10.
know,
Total.
when people take their arms and they make the big X?
No.
That's what he's doing.
Over here. Cloud arrow pointing at solid ground, not iced water.
Mhm.
Just
Mhm.
here. So, you guys take that minute, you turn back, actually closer to the mouth of the cave on actual solid ground, and how to word this?
That fan, though.
Mhm.
I think that's what that is.
Oh, is it
There's-
the fan from my background?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. It's because the apartment gets really hot because we don't really have air conditioning here, so we have to keep the fan on.
Oh, I know that feeling. I just got mine like a week ago, and I've had to deal with the summer of hell.
So I'm sorry if it's loud. I can turn
Okay.
it off later.
Oh no, you're fine.
It's gonna get cooler, so.
Fair. After you guys land and you turn back, you look around, and those who don't have dark vision, which I think is only David.
I got
At this
glasses for
point-
that.
Oh, right, you do.
Yeah, we fixed that
So
problem.
that's right. That's right.
Yep.
Oh, right. That's something else I need to actually get to you, Fox, but that is going to be another time as well.
Is it
Stalverk
something that
has-
will affect me? And-
Stalverk actually has dark vision
Well, yeah, I
now.
know that.
without the glasses.
He never had the glasses. He had it since the weapon
Oh,
advanced.
Mhm.
fucking hell! Right, the weapon gave it to you, anyways. Okay, I
Yeah.
can mark that off as a thing. I'm actually still slightly compiling the list. I need to. That
Yeah,
because
because he
I'm
lost
looking
his
for
accent
different
surge,
things.
so he doesn't have any gifts from her anymore.
Right.
That was why I
So-
was wondering what his status is with her.
That's right. So you see it actually, the cave goes back, even with your dark vision, it stops. You can't see much farther than maybe 30 foot into the cave. You can't tell why, though.
Huh.
I have no concerns because my dark vision is only 30 feet anyway. As far as I know, at this point, it is normal.
That's not normal.
Yeah, that's quite weird.
Does that remind anybody of when I accidentally just domed us in a whole bunch of darkness the one time?
Hmm. Sadly, I don't have the magical darkness feature until it advances to 3. Sorry, guys.
Yeah,
No
right.
worries.
It's like, well, shit.
Well, we can test it. Give me a second. He pulled out one of his 5,000 ball bearings.
Oh, Jesus.
I forgot I bought 5 bags of those.
Never enough.
Anyone had the light cantrip?
Sorry, didn't
Hello
pack any of
there.
that.
Hello? Hello there.
So he would hold it out so you can cast it, and he's going to just yeet the glowing marble into the darkness.
Alright.
Because for some reason, the only cantrip I will ever always remember, because it still has 3 freaking exclamation points on my sheet. Light!
Light! Anyways, you yeet it. I'm not going to make an athletics check because that's not that far. Throw a metal ball bearing. You see the light still as it exits at 30-foot range into the cave.
Mm.
Then you realize why you don't see farther into the cave.
Is it just a wall?
It drops.
Oh.
You can make out the ice fixture, like the ice-covered walls in the cave. You can make those out, and because of the way it looks, it's hard to tell if that back wall was actually ice or there was nothing there. So when you threw the ball bearing, it passed the 30 foot and it just dropped.
Alright, so we're going down.
Right. Alright.
Oh, good.
At least that spell still works, if we want to just make this easier.
Still on point.
As the DM is sitting here, fuck.
You know, before that though, can David go and see how steep this drop is?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Sure!
I don't like how excited you were when you said that.
It's fine.
The one person
got
who
it.
can't do anything about the flying stuff is gonna go off into the abyss. Got it.
Yep.
Yep. I'm only looking directly down to a pit that I could easily slip down. I mean,
To be fair, I don't
That's
think we
normal.
would just leave him in there.
No.
No.
No, we'd fall behind a bit.
So,
Yeah.
it's funny you mentioned that you can easily slip one, and you make me a dexterity check
Oh,
as you get to the edge.
oh good. Okay. That's gonna be a dirty 20.
Oh, good. Good. You get to the edge, and your foot begins to slip slightly, but you're able to catch yourself. You look down, and it's not like a straight drop, or a sheer drop, or it's a medium slope that leads down. Like, it's not a steep one, but it's also not gradual. It you're sliding if you go down this.
Bruh, can I
Like
go
even
down the ice water
before
slide?
it froze over,
I want to
you
do
were
it.
slightly sliding down this.
He says that in
What-
character.
What was that? I didn't quite catch.
Oh. Jay.
Great,
Excited.
Discord did the stupid fucking
Oh.
thing again. Discord's been doing that a lot recently for me, so I'm very sorry to everybody. When it does that, I am never aware of when it does that because I have DM stuff over top of Discord, so I can never see when it actually says "fuck you." Nobody can hear you, and you can't hear anybody else. So,
Drag wanted clarification on what you said there at the end.
yes, what I was saying when apparently all audio said "fuck you" was when you look down the slope, it's like I say, it's not a straight drop and it's not a gradual decline. It is a medium decline. It is also ice covered, which you notice the walls and the ground everywhere that's how cold it is. And because you notice this thing is bringing a snowstorm with it when it came here. This normally would be probably a decline you would slide down anyway if you were to go down it, even under normal circumstances, no ice.
That is fair. All right. And what Stalverk said also.
Yeah. I'll say it again. Bro, can I go down the ice slide?
There's an ice slide.
There is indeed an ice slide.
You know?
You know, if anyone could get down, if anyone were to go down it first, odds are Tank would be our best bet.
Fuck yeah. He's gonna
All
go.
right.
He's gonna go down. Fuck that.
Okay.
That sounds like fun.
So, here's what I need from you. Because, David, your dark vision goes out to 30 feet, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You did not see the end of the slope.
That's fair. I have feather fall if it comes down to it, to be fair.
That's fair.
I fly on myself.
I will say, your dark vision, I believe, is 60 foot, Stalverk?
Yep.
You do see the end of the slope. You just see the very bottom of it before you start heading down. It is a 60-foot slope, just down. As you begin downward, you notice little outcroppings of like ice rocks that are in the path.
Mm-hmm.
I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw to avoid hitting it.
That's a nat 20. As he like just jumps over one or some shit, he just yells back, "Watch out for the rocks!"
Either you jump over it, you just quickly turn your bodies to the side real quick and just keep going. Either way, you avoid it easily.
I just picture him like doing like a turnaround, yell up, and keeps going.
Yeah. I will say you get. There are no more rocks along the thing. It looks like that may have been something that probably fell off the ceiling and just hit the ground and just kind of lodged there. Looked like the pathway had been easily taken care of. But as you get to the bottom, I need you to make me one more dexterity saving throw to make sure you come to a stop.
Okay, to be fair, he's not gonna give a shit if he falls. This is fucking fun.
Okay.
I'm not shitting you. That's another nat 20.
You get to the bottom and you plant the heel of your foot and just twist your body and just slide to a stop. About 20 feet away from the bottom of the slope, easily.
That was fucking cool.
Letari's doing the little tiefling toe bounce, like she's just like, "Can I
go?" He didn't warn about rocks, so.
You know, I'm not going to stop anyone, but apparently we've got rocks to worry about, so keep that in mind.
Letari,
there's
Put him
Coach.
like over here somewhere.
Letari, I'm gonna go ahead and say you all know which way to, because it's maybe a 15-foot wide slope down. You guys would know at that point which side, where not to slide directly down to avoid the rock.
Alright. He's gonna sit
Because
at
of
the bottom,
Stalverk.
and in case it seems like someone's not gonna be able to stop, he's gonna attempt to catch him.
Okay, that's fair. Let's see. Letari,
Yeah.
as you go sliding down, I need you to go ahead and make me the same dexterity saving throw to see if you can come to a stop at the bottom. If she fails, Stalverk, I'll need you to make me a strength saving throw.
Sweet.
17 on my dex.
Okay. Go ahead and still make your strength saving throw. Her dex save still succeeded, but there's a reason I'm having you make the strength save still.
You know, that's my karma for me. That's
Oh,
all I have to
no.
say. I rolled 2 nat 20s and then a nat 1, man.
So
I feel like he was too excited and then just got
you go to
over
reach
cocky.
for it. You go to reach for her to grab her, and you grab her hand as she goes to slide through. Her hand slips out of yours. But as she...
Do I fall? In the process?
No, because you weren't able to get a good grip on her hand anyway, so her hand just kind of slipped right out of yours. Letari, you do come to a stop another 40 feet from the end.
She just kind of holds out her arms, just kind of like, okay, that was way more fun than I was expecting it to be.
You almost hit the wall, man. Look at this. You
Yeah.
would be
I
like
just
back
like the idea
here
of us.
somewhere.
Yeah, she would be like
Yeah.
right there.
Well, you know, that speaks wonder for me because I
I'm
kind of
gonna keep trying.
pre-rolled my save for that.
Oh no.
It's fine. It's just following along.
What is your dex save?
5.
Stalverk, make your strength save.
Okay, I don't know what is wrong with my dice. I want to know in the history of D&D, who has ever rolled 2 nat 20s and 2 nat 1s back to back like that?
I've done the
Uh,
opposite. I've rolled 2 nat 1s and then 2 nat 20s.
Okay, so apparently we are in the wavelength here.
Can I
You know.
assist and make sure
Well-
he don't do the...
As he slides through, he can't get a good grip on his foot as far as to stop. And Stalverk, same thing. You reach out to grab, you just miss his hand.
Wait,
Bonk.
can I?
You can try, but you're right there at the wall.
I know!
You go
You-
ahead
you
and attempt with
basically have-
disadvantage.
To catch him. and
Yeah, you
don't
legit
hit
have
the
to
wall.
grab
Ye-
him. Yeah.
18.
What was that?
18.
Did you roll with disadvantage?
Oh, disadvantage.
Because you're right there at the wall.
Oh,
That's
Yep,
the
I see
thing.
that. Okay, hold on. That's... Okay, that's worse. That's 12.
You grab him. David, you still hit the wall. And you take 6 points of bludgeoning.
Oh,
Alright.
you okay?
And Letari, you were pulled to the ground.
Ah!
Graceful. I love how like the rest of the group's just hearing because he's not being quiet.
No.
Yeah.
Look, I'm
tried!
having fun with this beginning
Graceful,
part
you too.
because... Yeah. Alright, so who's next?
I was offering to the others.
I'm next.
Alright.
I rolled better this time, I promise.
Okay,
I did 18.
so- Lourdes, go ahead and roll your dexterity saving throw as you go down.
What's my dex save? 21.
3. 21. What did you roll for yours?
18.
Saul?
18.
Okay, cool. You begin to come to a stop as far as at the bottom, and Stalverk is able to help as far as make sure you come to a complete stop. So you are... I'm gonna say you probably step off to the side.
I picture
Right down
Raven
here.
gets down there, and the other two are barely trying to get up on ice.
Yeah.
Which is the worst thing
Yeah.
to do in the world.
Uh-huh. Oh, getting up,
Alright.
standing up on ice sucks.
I just kind of look at them and go, not very graceful, was it?
I
Yeah, no,
got down
not
here
quite.
fine. It's fine.
I figured out there's a wall here. That's good enough.
Oh, really?
Ah.
I didn't realize that.
Hey guys, apparently there's a wall down there. In a cave. Who would have guessed?
You'd be surprised they come out of fucking nowhere.
Okay.
Most walls don't move. It's usually the person that moves towards the wall.
Yeah, I tried to stop him from smashing his face, and well, I got pulled to the ground, and I just imagine her saying all this as she's trying to stand up.
Well, I can see why you'd want to make sure his face didn't get hurt.
I
She
just
kinda-
no.
She kind of has a smirk on her face.
Whistles and waits for the next person.
I feel like Null's just calling out who's coming next, basically.
I love how we're making all this noise too. Like we
Yep.
just
Oh,
gave
yeah.
no fucks because fun. All of a sudden.
Yep.
We are still kids.
Yeah.
Can we go again?
That's pretty much Letari's thought is, I want to go again.
We are kids. I just realized Stalverk's actually 30 now. Oh shit.
Oh.
Forgot
Yep.
to add the 2 years to him.
Well,
Yeah.
technically no.
Huh? Well, I know, but technically by
Yeah,
the
technically yes, but
thing.
yeah,
He stayed 28, but he's age 30.
fair.
I just like making notes, so if there's
Very
no
fair.
reason to ask.
True. Very fair. So, who's next? There's 2 NPCs and then Null. Well,
No.
I say NPCs, but Huffle obviously is being controlled
Yeah.
by the DM at the moment.
Null offers to favor to.
Soren is going to look down.
I'm just to push him.
Do it. Huffle would.
You're right, she would.
I feel like Null's debating it, and all of a sudden Huffle. Boom!
Like, Huffle's coming over and just looking down, looking over Null's shoulder, and okay. What is the athletics, Huffle? +2, so that's a dirty 20.
Ooh.
As you see Soren just looking down, like trying to, I guess, figure out where he should go down, and whoosh, and down he goes. So now he needs to
Incoming
make the save.
Soren!
Oh wait, no, Huffle's is not +2. Huffle's athletics. Oh no, her athletics is +2 as well. That was Soren's athletics I was looking at.
So he was
Just
trying
over-
to catch everyone. Stalverk sidesteps out of the way.
Well,
Just watches.
so because of that, that was a 3 on the die. Plus just
Why
3
do I
dex
feel like I'm
save.
about to be clotheslined?
Yeah, same.
If you
I
move,
need you to make me a dexterity saving throw, David. As you guys finally get stood up as incoming changeling.
Any chance I can move David out of the way before the changeling hits him?
You know what?
shoving him? I don't know.
Without shoving him, the only way you would be to shove him.
Look at David and go, sorry, chump!
Make my athletics check.
Shoves
good.
into the wall right here.
Athletic.
Yes, athletics.
That is 17.
Okay. David, you get shoved straight out of the way. And into the wall. You take no damage because it's not that. You just get shoved into the corner of the wall. However,
Fun.
Soren just barrels down and slams into the wall.
Sorry, I missed.
That looked like
Where
it
he
hurt.
takes 11 points of bludgeoning.
Ooh.
Oof.
You okay.
Turns the Huffle and up.
Ow.
You guys might not want to stand in the path anymore.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and waddle.
I can imagine just Letari
know-
just taking like little half baby steps, just
Yeah, arms outstretched like her tail is behind her, up high, trying to help the balance.
Yeah.
No.
Cat
I
walking.
feel
on
like I
fence.
either have.
Uh-huh, exactly.
I feel like I have to either get myself up or attempt to get him out of the way.
You know,
He'll offer Huffle to go first.
Yeah, David's gonna help him up and help get him out of the danger zone, apparently.
Huffle is going to.
Here-ish.
Huh.
I was looking down there
Bring
for
him
a
about
smirk.
here-ish.
I'm trying to decide what would Huffle do. What would Huffle do? Huffle. She just goes down.
I feel like
Okay.
Stalverk's like right at the bottom, so no one watched him sidestep on purpose. Like, oops.
Yeah!
Huffle's deck save. Oh. So what's your strength there, Stalverk?
Oh, that one's gonna be a dirty 20.
Good. That was a 5 on the die for Huffle's.
Ooh.
+1.
Hey, 5, buddy.
Yeah, right? Well, technically she got a 6.
Oh.
But, yeah. You were able to grab hold of her before she goes sliding and barreling into the wall. So she is down here. I'm just gonna
Okay,
move her to
to be fair, every time he catches somebody and like starts sliding with them, he just has the best time of his life.
Yeah. So, Null.
I would see if my plan works.
Go with your
Summon
plan.
Cuddles.
You summon Cuddles. Okay.
And I want Cuddles to hold my feet and pull me down the ramp.
Wait. What?
Cuddles can glide through the earth.
Oh, that's right.
In front of you or behind you?
He's underneath me, technically.
Oh,
And
right.
he's just gonna, like, holding my feet and just gonna, like, gliding me down.
Alright, no need for a deck save, no need for a strength save from Stalverk, just...
You just see Cuddles' arms going back in the ground.
Nice.
Because, yeah, Fluffy ass is like, question, is this still considered rock? Like, technically there's rock under the ice! Yeah? Could an Earth Elemental glide through it and say, poke its hands out? Technically?
Letari just looks at Nalt. That's cheating?
That's fun.
I'm gonna move him over here because he's big token.
Yeah.
Jeez, cat fuss. Okay, I gotta let my cat out. Hold on.
Hmm.
Now that we're able to pay attention, what's actually in this area?
So, you look around and
Because we were
you
not quiet.
swear... No, you weren't. You swear you see glowing light from down this pathway here.
Hmm. Also, can we see the glowing middle marble that was tossed down here earlier?
How long does light last?
Like an hour.
Does it? Okay.
It's something long.
Yeah.
It's at least 10 minutes at the very minimum.
No, it does last an hour.
Yeah, it lasts until you turn it off, basically.
Yeah. So you turn it out for an hour, whichever comes first.
Mm-hmm.
If he could see it, he'd pick it back up and keep
Yeah.
it as 5,000.
And you have your 5,000. 5,000 ball bearing.
Do we head towards the light?
You
I'd
know,
say stealth
in my
is probably
experience, that's
What was that?
What is
two
every-
of you talking?
Oh, go ahead. Yeah,
Sorry.
go ahead.
Go ahead, David.
you know, It's a good thing is we're not dead, so we shouldn't be avoiding it.
Or they're just waiting because we weren't quiet.
Right. Quiet's a thing we should probably be doing. Yeah, fuck it, let's go to the light.
That ship sailed a while back.
Sorry. He just starts
Oh,
walking.
it's fine.
Hey, you gotta make room for fun and whatnot. Trust me.
I'm also just keeping an eye out for anything as he's walking.
Tiefling waddles.
You know, that's fair.
Null's holding an empty hilt, basically.
Hmm.
You were gonna ask us something earlier, Jay.
Which one?
You said that you were trying to say something about what are your guys', and then you never finished.
Oh, right, passive perceptions.
16.
16.
13, yeah.
11.
11.
Okay, and Huffle's is... Huffle's is 11. So the two 16s hear this. You hear noise, like someone like right around the corner.
Null looks at Stalverk. Should I throw a ball bearing around and try to bounce it off the wall? And maybe hit him in the face.
We don't know if they're good or bad.
That's true.
You know, if they're not coming around to attack the group of people they just heard screaming down a thing, I...
Having the blast and laughing at each other, yeah. A bunch of children.
Yes.
I'm having PTSD flashbacks from the snowball fight.
Who are you?
It's
Null would
fine.
probably step to probably about here-ish. If he doesn't notice any traps on his way to that point.
Okay. Yeah, there's no traps. I will say I'm not going to make you guys roll. It is a clear path at the moment.
And essentially, as he's walking, he's purposely not being quiet, so they know when they're walking. He's gonna, yeah, he'd probably get to about here-ish, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's just
He'll
standing
throw
by
a barbarian kind of like right here to make a noise to see if the person comes around to try to stab what I can't come around the corner.
Well, you throw it. I need to roll something real quick. Okay. Nothing happens. You throw the ball bearing. Nothing happens. Nothing. Nobody comes around the corner. Nothing.
So it's just Stalverk. What the odds? I think they know we're here. 100%.
Now, if they didn't, they'd be deaf.
I could just do minor illusion.
Okay. So
Let's see.
So as you guys are talking,
Mhm.
because you threw it here.
Yep.
You hear a slight ting ting, and you hear a ting. I need Stalverk you to make me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, good. Why?
As the ball bearing is whizzing in your direction.
Bruh, I can actually try to catch it because I have that
Go
thing.
ahead. Go ahead. Attempt it.
Hold up, what is it? I need to...
You gotta.
There it is. Da, 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 da. Okay, why is my dice only rolling 2 numbers?
Huh.
Except the one time.
You know?
What number was it that time?
Was a nat 20 again?
Okay,
Why can't I'm gonna suck during the fight, by the way. I'm just letting you guys know now.
You move your head to the side just in time for the ball bearing to whiz past your head, and it's moving. Letari,
Oh, I
I'm not
can't
having
catch
you make.
it?
Oh no, sorry. That's
'Cause
right.
I
You
can
rolling to catch it.
deflect,
You reach up to
non-magical
grab it.
and magical, technically,
Well,
so.
see, you reach up to grab it. It hits your hand, and it stings when the metal hits your cold hand.
Ooh.
But you are able to catch it. And you look, and you see a girl in maybe her mid-20s holding a bone spear.
Oh, that was rude.
Gives you back your ball bearing.
Oh, thank you.
You just see her kind of looking defensive.
Hail and well met.
Who are you?
Null from TV.
Just some stupid fuckers trying to kill a dragon.
Well, good
Not
luck
wrong.
to you. That's about where half of our tribe went. And they haven't returned in about 3 weeks.
What was that, Jack?
Oh, sorry. I think my Discord delayed. I prefer the term reckless idiot.
Yeah, it delayed a lot then.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh god. Okay. 1 second. I will do the. If I can find. Okay, you're back.
Hey, look, you found a button. Now can you find the other one? This and more. Oh, you really lost track.
Oh no.
Oh.
It's not returned. I was expecting him. There he is.
Where?
Found a button.
Yep. Okay. We're good,
Oh.
and I caught what I missed on the streams.
Okay.
Cool.
So, yeah.
Well,
I
good
wasn't
luck.
sure if you were going to attack us.
I almost did. Had you come around the corner instead of you throwing your little ball bearing, I would have swept your legs out from under you.
Not recommended.
Well, neither is sneaking up on the remnants of this tribe.
I didn't really sneak.
No.
No, you really didn't. You're lucky the dragon's much deeper in this cave system.
We didn't realize people were up here.
We weren't until about a month ago. That thing destroyed our village. We retreated to the caves. And now over half the tribe is gone because they went to try and kill the dragon.
If we find any survivors, we'll send them your way.
They've been gone for 3 weeks.
Oh.
Yeah, you never know with dragons.
This is a different kind of dragon than I've read about. It's brutal, but smart.
Oh, good.
It has the instincts of a hunter, but it is ruthless.
Oh, good.
That reminds me of someone else I know.
Oh.
He
It's
just smirks.
Her just kind of face palms, kind of like that. Is now really the time for that?
He's not wrong.
Yes.
Now is always the time for that, apparently.
Exactly. Now is always the time for an Ulfert.
I mean, it's not a wrong description of Stalverk, let's be
No,
honest
it's
here.
Really?
not.
Oh, God.
Ruthless and smart, yeah. Instincts of a hunter.
Okay, the dice can't officially roll anything other than that. Okay, good to know.
Your dice are very loaded in a weird way.
Yeah, it's like odd. Now I've burned all my luck.
Before you guys head deeper in, how would you come to the what shelter we have and get cleaned up a bit? Well, in a sense of healed, without using anything.
That would be appreciated. Looks back at basically David and Soren.
You see Soren's like holding the side of his head, just oh.
Really, that would be super appreciated.
Indeed.
Alright, just follow me this direction.
Normally Null
And
would insight this, but Null's confident he doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Tari don't insight, so here we are.
You come around the corner, and what you see, it's slightly depressing, in the sense of just by the fact you said over half the village is gone, or half of whatever was left is gone. That puts it in perspective when you see there's probably a good 20 people here. And over half of the original population is gone. You see older individuals caring for smaller children. You see some people sharpening weapons, prepping as far as for possible hunting. It looks like they're just trying to keep busy.
He's gonna let Myers go play with the kids. Try to keep them happy.
And that he does.
Yeah. Gonna snap out Fuzzy to do the same thing.
No.
Alright. And the bird goes you're like nice.
I know, I just picture
Nice.
this little owl like shivering randomly, but just having that wide stare still.
Nice.
Like, touches
There's someone
ground,
in here.
does like
Nope.
awkward hop back and forth to each foot, and eventually just perches itself on a kid's shoulder.
There you go.
Myers just stays off the ground, he's the smart one.
I'd say the girl waves you and Soren forward, David, since you two are the only ones that took damage from that.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
You guys go forward, and this is where an idea I had comes into play. So, you notice this this clay pot of water. It's sat over next to a small lean-to. You see the girl lays the spear down and begins to make motions with her hands, and water starts coming out of the pot. She splits it in two in the air and places one little blob of water against the side of Soren's head, and then one on your side, because you would have hit against on the side. Which is why you didn't take as much damage, to be fair.
Fair enough.
And you feel this, you feel the healing, as it automatically heals both of you 12 points, although it only heals you to your max. It auto heals 12 hit points whenever it does that.
Oh, that's impressive.
Yeah. To be fair, it's why our village kind of stayed
away from everyone else in the land, kind of stuck to ourselves.
Didn't want others knowing about this.
She shakes her head. It's a secret thing only people in our tribe can do.
Hmm. Understandable. Is there a clear enough spot that he could technically summon his stagecoach?
Yeah, I'd say there would be. There's a clear enough spot as far as to summon that.
I feel like
Yeah,
Stalverk wandered over to hang out with the children.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, there's easily enough room as far as to summon that.
Yeah, he'll just collect what he can, and he's essentially going to just give some food out. Not necessarily. He's not going to do like a whole cooking thing because they don't have time for that. But he's going to give them just more food just to help out, basically. Because they are more than capable of cooking. They are more than capable. He knows that.
Mm-hmm.
He's basically just pulling out resources and just going to shut it back up and just distribute it.
Yeah. All right, that's easy enough. That's easy enough to do. As my computer wants to argue with me here as I try and hit buttons.
Of course.
That's the best thing ever.
Always.
I will say, I need to make one more roll because this is going to be important. Yeah, she does notice. And you see her kind of squint her eyes looking at Soren. And as she does, she was lowering the water into the pot, and all of a sudden it balls up into almost a whip and just slings out at him.
Okay. So you hate him too?
That is a 27 to hit.
It's
Damn.
fair.
I realize now I was muted. Is this a spell?
No, it is not.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Must
Nice try.
you make a waterbender?
Maybe.
Oh, Jesus.
Think about it. You're in a very cold environment.
I know. I'm just wondering
Yeah,
how
why I
that
did it.
translates into D&D terms.
Control water at will.
Oh, Jesus.
But it is counted as a feature, not a spell. He only takes 3. No. If I can do math right, 8. Bludgeoning. It's a weird. Yeah, bludgeoning. As far as the water just kind of hits him square across the head.
Interesting way to heal.
I'm guessing you know our, I won't call him a friend, but
Acquaintance.
No, but I know that symbol around his neck.
oh,
Does he have a symbol? What was the symbol around his neck?
yeah, it's the patron he has.
Oh. What's the symbol?
Let me see. What was the symbol for Torog again?
I was about to say.
You know, we kind of need his help to fight this thing, right? Injuring is not the best idea.
Do I remember reading anything about Torog?
Make me a religion check. Because she's going to mention it.
Religion.
That's a symbol of the crawling king himself.
I was about to say, we kind of went over this a little bit at the wedding reception.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 18. Well, 19 minus 1, 18.
When you hear her say the Crawling King, Torog is... How to describe? He's listed as one of the evil gods. He's the god of torturers, slavers, and jailers.
Subside.
Not a good guy.
We already don't like Soren. Gonna.
Oh, and another thing, he's the other god of the Underdark.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, fun.
He's the other one.
Can we stop with the whipping of the person over there?
Letari's gonna gently put a hand on our new friend's arm. Trust me, as much as we would love nothing more than to continue watching you whip Soren, we're kinda here because his book kind of is here.
And I will allow him to live, so we can get that evil away from this village.
Much appreciated. We will.
If he returns, I cannot say he will not. And she just falls silent.
There's only one way out of here, to be fair. Trying my knowledge, anyway.
I'm meeting without you.
Oh, okay. Well, if
Fair
you hear
enough.
screaming and running, we're probably behind him.
Not wrong.
As long as you can kill him, that's all we hope.
We already did once, so... Well, we killed Soren once. Sorry, you're talking about the dragon.
She looks at you confused.
It's a long story, sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, shutting up.
Thank you.
Okay, now that that awkward everything is over, can we go?
As you say that, Nol,
Uh-huh.
you feel a blade. No, I'm just kidding. You all notice this as the temperature drops.
Mm,
It feels about 15 degrees colder all of a sudden.
I thought these things were supposed to keep us warm!
Oh, it is. You're not making con save yet.
I was also saying that in character.
Fair.
What does that mean for what the temperature actually is?
Yeah.
You see the girl, her eyes get wide. Brace yourselves.
Hmm. Important question.
Mm-hmm.
Can I quickly put up a wall of fire here?
In the middle of town.
In the middle of
No,
town.
I mean in the entrance of this town.
Oh,
You could. Yeah, you could.
Yeah, I would like to do so then.
Okay, you do. What comes next? She says, brace yourself. You hear a roar echo
Oh.
throughout all of the caves. And you hear the shaking that this echo causes as it radiates throughout this entire cavern system.
oh. Fuck.
Oh.
You
Do us draconic
hear
speakers actually understand anything in that, or is it just a roar?
it is just a roar.
Okay.
It senses new prey has entered its domain.
Hmm.
Joy I had about 5 minutes ago going down the ice slide is gone.
I'm still excited.
I think we made a friend.
Right.
As everything subsides, you hear a slight,
Ooh,
and a
what?
piece of ice drops from the ceiling and falls right between the four of you there.
Okay.
Sorry, David, and the tribal leader. Because
Okay.
I will tell you guys, as far as that information, she appears to be the one in charge.
Ah.
So it roars and things fall from the ceiling. Got it.
Does it seem like any other spots might fall?
In this area, no.
Okay.
It looks like that one might have been. It was a bit thinner as far as ice wise, so it got shook a little more violently and just snapped.
Hmm.
Just if we feel the temperature drop and hear roar, look up. That's what Null's like.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, I'm just gonna make this wall not a thing anymore, because that is not what I actually thought was gonna happen. Now I know, and knowing is half the battle.
I really wanted to say it's not going to do anything, but I didn't want to give away as far as
Yeah.
That's
And David
perfectly
would
fair.
know.
no, he wouldn't, and that's why I was like, I'm not going to say it. I can't.
It was a good thought in his head, though.
Oh yeah, definitely. So, you guys are going to handle this?
Sure.
That is the intention, yeah.
Do not go off of Letari over there. Here's the squeak.
No,
I'm just
Null
nervous.
will ignite the sun sword and go, with pleasure.
Okay, she looks over at Letari.
I'm just nervous. It's fine. Everybody else is really good. We're all really good. It's fine.
That's her default state of being.
It's true.
Just even nervous when people make toast.
Not entirely wrong.
She looks at you, Letari, and she looks at what's strapped to your back.
Uh-huh.
I'd be careful firing that.
Oh?
Well, you just heard the roar.
Good. Noise is bad.
Ah.
You are in
So-
a cavern.
Okay, I'm going to have to run some numbers in my head as we're walking to try and figure out what's safe.
Madam Artificer who has spells, but chooses to
Yeah.
gun.
She sticks to gun because gun is the best thing she's got. Like, she has level 1 spells. That's it!
Hey, don't diss level 1 spells, man.
Make
They come in
nothing
clutch.
happens.
The level 1 spells that she has are not great.
You know? Wait, do you not have cantrips?
I have 2. I have 2 cantrips. I've got Spare the Dying and Shocking Grasp.
Okay.
So, I could technically... I could technically go shock the dragon, but I have to touch it to do that.
That's going to be a shocking experience for you.
Uh,
So, yeah. You guys turn to leave,
mhm.
Yeah.
maybe,
Just
I
keeping
think.
an eye out. Well, yeah,
Yeah.
he's basically just looking ahead, and not leaving till everyone gets there.
Right, as you guys go to leave, she walks over to some of the kids and looks to try and comfort them.
Yeah, Null's basically gonna be sticking right next to you.
You know.
Yeah, Fuzzman's just gonna chill right here.
Unless
Yeah,
Total
I was
Lord-
gonna say Myers
Chill.
actually can die. He might have Myers stay with them
That's fair.
to
We do have to
keep the
come back
kids.
this way.
Yeah, to try to help comfort the kids.
And
Fair.
Myers runs over and just kind of jumps up on the woman's shoulder and just looks down at the kids.
No.
And then
Fuzzwing
pounces over.
on top. Yeah, Fuzzwing eventually at some point gonna be on the head of one of the other children. Just stare down with Cat. It'll be fun.
Well, Myers
encourage
stares
him
for a
back.
minute and then pounces.
Oh,
Fuzzy has been pounced. I'm okay with this.
No, Myers pounces on a kid.
Oh, okay.
he's playing with the kids.
Fair.
So, sorry, I'm putting you in charge of moving Huffle.
Okay.
Yeah.
You all begin to do the grabby.
That worked great. What the flip?
I didn't do it. Might have done it.
There we go.
Uh-huh.
Lourdes, you alive?
What? Yeah, sorry.
Oh, good.
I'm
I just
good.
want to make sure you're alive.
Yeah, I
Yeah, because I
Did-
was thinking about it, and I was like, you know, dragons tend to have a thing called dragon breath. Myers is good at avoiding things, but I don't think he can avoid that.
I'm
Yeah.
going to say straight up, I'm so glad you had him stay.
Well, it was either because I thought about that like later. Either he would have him sit outside whatever entrance they'd have to go in to fight the dragon, or but he figures at least if they're with these people, whenever they get back through, or if for whatever reason we all die, you know, at least Myers has companions. She's not leaving him all alone
You know.
in the cave.
Very fair.
No dying.
what?
Death is not an option.
I'm trying so hard not to die. And my
So
throat is
you guys begin to make your way, and you see as you guys come out of this little opening here, it opens up into a wide area here, then splits off into this direction and that direction.
Oh, which way do we go?
Oh. I rolled odd and evens.
Fair.
Fair.
So he would start heading this way. Basically, he's keeping an eye out. I just want someone told to roll.
Just stopping at each opening. Yeah.
Oh, what the heck?
Mhm.
Well, my
If you clicked anywhere else, it deselects it.
I don't remember if I did, but okay.
Which I will say, since you chose to come this way, you do notice it just kind of carved around anyway.
Yeah.
Okay. So a path that way, path that
Mhm.
way.
Give me a perception check.
Alrighty.
The one's deciding which way to go.
I'll give you the help. He's just helping you out.
Okay.
What's your roll on your floofy?
I did not mean hit that 3.
213? Oh, Jesus.
I would
You
hit
see the
enter and a 3
cosmos.
hit it.
Mm.
You see too much, and your brain melts and you die.
You see the players above you. No.
You
Oh,
see-
giant halves!
oh my god! What's going on? No!
What the
So-
fuck is with that giant floating banana?
That's the first thing
And-
he sees. Giant floating
Why did
banana.
you say that when I took a drink?
The hazards of D&D.
Apologize. Anyways, you do. Let's do 21. You do hear a sound from over here. It sounds like something eating.
Oh.
Something's eating over there.
I can try to sneak up and take a look.
He kind of goes, out to you.
Sweet. Should I roll stealth?
If you would like to.
Well, I would rather not alert whatever might be over there's attention.
Yeah, you go ahead and roll stealth.
Okay, that's a 23.
Cool.
He's going over there to see what it is.
It does not have very good as far as perception, so
Oh!
That photo bucket image, though.
oh, it's not actually showing the Yeti.
It is showing the Yeti, but it's showing like
Oh,
a
okay.
blurred photo bucket version.
Oh, yeah, I don't see.
Wait, I think we actually had issues with that same token before, if I remember right.
Yeah.
It's possible. I think I pulled it out just to mess around. Not yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
He like
it's back to you.
he like stares at it for a sec, then looks at Null, and just goes this nah. No.
Oh,
Not a dragon. We're not here for
not,
that.
look, not Yeti. Not Yeti.
Yeah, I think Null would basically just keep kind of heading straight then, basically.
Yeah. Probably whisper back.
I would leave them.
Or he'll probably look back at the group with the shush.
Alright.
I'm gonna leave him there. Just
That's fine, I'm
as a
sure.
marker of he's there. Yeah.
It's gonna be
For
quiet.
reference, that poor man's perception is a where did it go? It's only a 13 passive. And he's eating, so I decreased it by another 5.
Fair enough.
Because
Let's see.
yeah.
He chooses. Null chooses destruction again. That's even again.
Oh god.
And then realizes it's the same fucking path.
Fair.
You know?
Motherfucker. Yoink.
Lourdes,
What? Hi.
stop dying.
I yanked you.
Okay. Sorry.
You got yoinked by the Fluffy.
If it makes you feel any better, Lourdes, I am also happy to take the medicine of this death.
I sadly don't have any medicine here that I can take. So
I imagine there's nothing in this little
There's
spot.
not. Yeah, you look over here and there's nothing.
Yeah, so you-
Actually,
Oh.
roll a perception check.
Okay. That's a 26 because a natural 20.
Cool.
Sweet.
You look
Nice.
over that way, and you see humanoid shapes encased in ice.
Oh.
Found the tribe. Or at least part of it.
I found about 3 of them. One of them is just broken in half.
No, so don't be turned to ice.
Do they seem like that at least the 2 that are still intact would be alive if they were unfrozen?
No,
Ah.
I'm gonna be honest. No,
Hey, it happens.
it does. It does.
It's worth a look.
I will say they look like they've been frozen so long. Unfortunately,
Mm-hmm.
they're beyond saving.
Hey, look, 2 more paths. As a player, I see that they're both the same path. But as a character, I do not.
Which is amazing.
Yeah.
It's so freaking amazing.
Ha! He chose the other path this time.
Aha! It is odd. As you walk past this area, again, you notice more humanoid figures encased in ice. Several
Yeah.
broken into several pieces.
Yeah, I mean, Stalverk's gonna take a moment to check that each time in case there is
Yeah.
somebody that might be alive.
Oh,
So.
Oh, definitely.
Null too, to be fair. And he knows this. this is a fucking never double path. And he's just like, fuck. How many of these paths are double paths?
A lot. It's
Yes.
taverns and stuff. So I mean, statistically,
Okay, so now we legitimately have. Wait, is this another double path?
likely.
Soren's going to cast light through this path to there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and then we're like, oh, alright. Well, fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
But
we
when
have.
you come around, you do see that, and then that way.
Alright.
Look, it's just one giant double path. Don't worry.
Oh god.
Two paths.
It's actually not. That's the best part.
We don't know that.
Nope.
Left or right, left or right, left or right.
I
You
don't
chose
want to
right! Unless someone decides otherwise, you chose this path.
Okay.
Alright.
Yeah, Baru.
Yeah, but
So you guys start heading this way.
Mhm.
I will say, as soon as you get to that point where you are, you notice the ice is starting. It's cracked a bit, heading this direction, leading farther in. The ground ice is cracked a bit.
Be careful where you walk.
cracked ice.
Right. Okay.
I will
So,
say, if you move about half your normal speed, you do not have to make any checks.
Null's, honestly, I was just about to say, Null's gonna slow his pace down,
I was
basically.
gonna say that, yeah, I feel like he gave that warning and then we just move slower.
Mhm.
Yeah, Letari's got her tail near Huffle in order to assist in any emergency.
Yeah.
Fair. An emergency pull tail.
Yep.
Okay.
You come to this part, you see the opening there and there. And over here,
Mhm.
it is cracked along here. Like, it is just water in this area over here.
Oh.
Oh, don't go over there.
Yeah, no.
I say we stick to this wall, because I rolled odds.
Seems like a plan.
Staying away from the water.
Yeah.
Looking at the water, by the way,
Mm-hmm.
you would have seen the back of something just curve out of the water and back down.
We're going to ignore the water and stay away from the water.
There any reason that we would know what it looked like?
I'd go ahead and roll me a nature check.
Sweet. 27.
Okay. Fucking hell. I'm not surprised.
Plus
Um,
9, man.
Right, you're proficient in that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, damn. Okay. You're fairly sure you know what it is, but it's strange because they're not usually in cold climates. It looked like the back of a giant constrictor snake.
Yeah, him mentioned that is kind of odd.
Ah,
I already don't like it.
a reptile in the cold environment.
In the cold water. at
Huh.
that.
Mm.
No.
I'm gonna assume something's off about that. To prove it otherwise.
You know, that's a fair assumption.
Looks at the two paths. Ends up picking this path again.
Okay.
Keeping an ear out, and as he peeks around the corner.
Mhm.
As you peek around the corner,
Put him right here.
you do. Give me 1 second. I need to pull this token out of here again.
Oh, token.
You know, I threw token into a bag. Oh my god. There's a giant weasel token.
Hmm?
I don't need a giant weasel token.
Can't we just away all this?
Huh. Why is there no token for this? This makes me sad. Well, that makes me sad, actually. There's no token for a giant constrictor snake in here. You guys know what a snake looks like. Its head is peeking out of the water at you guys as you're on the corner.
Alright. We back away.
Oh, good. I think we're being hunted.
As you
Great.
guys turn, you notice its head just dips back down into the water. Which, now you see its head, this concerns you a bit more.
Hmm.
That the head was a little off in the sense of that one had a, what is it called? It's not a fin or anything, but it's like the thing that runs along the top of the head to a certain point.
Dorsal?
No, I don't know. It's I don't know. No, it's not wearing a hat. If it were wearing a hat, it'd be wearing a fez.
It's a tiny little ball cap.
That snake is not in this game. Sorry.
Well, what is concerning about that, other than it looks like it is more fish-like, I'm assuming?
It looked more draconoid
Oh.
I think
in its head.
Could be a water dragon.
yeah, he's gonna mention that. Yeah, I think the dragon's actually following us.
Oh, good.
Oh, good.
You know, I can try talking to it.
You know what? Spines, I think, is what you were thinking of.
That's it. Thank you.
I was
Thank you.
thinking
Thank
about
you. That
fish
is-
terms and like that. That's what they're
Yeah.
called, is spines.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Does he see any more water in this area? Like as we run this corner?
In that corner there, yes, actually.
Stops.
Right now,
And there is another head poking its way out.
I think this might be the wrong direction.
And I will say that head looks different than the other one.
Oh.
Just slightly. It doesn't have the spines.
I'm getting the strange feeling that we either are dealing with more than one, or we're finding the babies.
Oh.
Well, let's back out of here and deal with that later.
Right, we don't want to murder the babies before we murder the mom. It's like disappointed sigh.
I'd rather save our energy for the big one.
That head dips down into the water. I'm gonna roll an Arcana check for
Oh,
someone real quick. Rolling it for Le Huffle. Because seeing both of those different heads as well. If anybody else wants to also roll an Arcana check, seeing those.
Oh, hell yeah.
And
know,
he's
I-
already
yeah.
focused on it. Why not?
Yeah.
Oh. Oh. No, you glorious bastard.
Oh, nope, I know nothing.
Okay.
What the fuck kind of research did I end up doing? Come here, Arcana.
Wait, Arcana?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yep.
If
Why
you
do I feel like I know exactly what we're dealing with? But
I have a feeling too, and I don't like it.
yeah, I don't like it either.
Player-based assumption is we should not be chopping off its heads, but you know.
Okay.
Oh.
so
Yeah.
with Huffle's 25, David's 26, Stalverk's 20, and Null's 27. You're right on the money there, Drag. You're sorry about cutting off its heads.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is this a fucking Hydra?
Oh no.
You've heard of them, and you've never wanted to see one in person. This one seems smaller than what you've heard stories of, though.
So he might be not too far off on the baby thing.
Which mean mom is not that far.
But this is still strange to you.
Hmm.
Because this is still too cold an environment for them usually. They're known in more tropical forests
Yeah, he's.
and stuff of that nature.
Well, he finds that unusual at this point. He's gonna just wave that off for now because they don't have time to sit and think about why that specific creature could be
Yeah,
here
that's true.
at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Null would essentially go down this path a bit, just not to see that it's a dead end unless something pops up. So,
Peekaboo. No, just kidding. There's not another head. No, nothing's there. It does look like solid ice through there, but there's nothing back there. That is a dead end. It looks like this was actually kind of burrowed out slightly. Like if something could corner something in there.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, we're gonna go to the other path that he chose, and I was like,
As you
chose
guys
the
left
wrong
this
path.
area, by the way, you do hear scrambling like something's trying to climb out of the water.
Oh good.
Oh, good.
How far
hard
do we
run.
get before we possibly have to deal with it?
Far enough, you don't have to deal with it because it gets stuck right there.
Oh, it's too big.
Dude, now, yeah, I was gonna say, he'd look back to see.
You see, like, 3 of its heads reaching through,
Oof.
like, snapping in y'all's direction, but, it can't fit.
Oh God.
At shaming at its finest.
Amy! As you guys walk past this area over here as well,
Mhm.
you do notice this section there. It looks a lot thinner. As far as you can almost see through to the other side.
You know,
Maybe a shortcut?
Can I?
I kind of wish we walked the path before.
Yeah, can I? I mean, he doesn't want to cast any spells, so a lot of his do a lot of loudness.
Yeah.
So I guess he'll just try to hit it with his scythe and see what happens.
Okay. Go ahead and roll to hit.
Sure. That's an 18 on the die,
Yeah, that's fine.
so 30.
Oh, fuck.
Nice.
Go ahead and roll damage.
Where are my dice?
Hmm?
16.
16. Okay. That's enough. You break through this about 3-inch thick ice.
Sweet.
Easy enough. You just cut through it. As it crumbles to the ground, it's about a 6-inch wide gap it's going to take some doing as far as people pushing through, but it's easy. You'd be able to do it.
Yeah, can you tell that it leads back to where we were?
Yes,
Okay.
I will say yes. You do recognize as far as as you're over there, you notice that cutoff.
Yeah, he'll mention that it is a shortcut back.
Cool.
All right.
Well,
Yes, yay.
one path. For now. Until it doubles off again. So you technically go here before he's not there.
Huh?
Here before he notices anything.
You do notice it as far as branches off, as far as left and right, but you automatically see that they're dead ends. Like there's not, don't need to go either way. There's more bodies.
Yeah. I mean, like we have been able to check the eyes, but no,
Yeah.
it's not.
Oh, roll me an investigation check on the ones on the left.
Alright.
Oh, goody.
Imagine. You know, I'd just give assistance to Stalverk, because Stalverk was doing that before too, because he's better at investigating.
That's a much better number than I would have got.
There you go.
That is 27.
Okay. So, some of you would have picked up one because Stalverk, you are able to pick up as far as when people are upset and stuff like that. So can Null, but it's a little. You notice when she mentioned as far as over half the tribe being gone, she was trying not to think about certain something. Like there's something in the back of her mind she was trying not to think about. And you think you see why here. You notice she was wearing like a necklace type thing, and you see one exactly like it on this older man.
And I assume he's very much not alive.
He's in about 4 pieces.
Good. You know, I don't know if he'd want to grab the necklace to give her at least, like, what's the word?
Closure?
Closure, yeah. I feel like he would do that.
That's
See if
fine.
he can get that without causing any more damage to it.
Yeah, I will say it is under some ice because the body is technically encased in it.
I imagine he just pulls out a dagger and tries to like chip it away.
You're able to chip away enough as far as where you can just unclasp the necklace and pull it back through. Easy enough, no damage to it or the remnants of the body. And you start looking around and you see other people that could be mothers, fathers, children. Some of the older folks that are back at the village. This dragon is tore apart of.
Quite a few families here.
Yeah. Like it has butchered them.
I think I speak for a lot of people here. But I'm beginning to really dislike this one.
You know, I was in that boat about half an hour ago.
Yeah.
Let's turn this little grown iguana into a necklace or something.
I hate that sound, Jay.
Don't worry about it.
No, I was contemplating a new dagger. You make that out of bone, right?
You want to move ahead of us there, Letari? You guys can look.
Oh, jeez. I see we're there. Whoop.
I mean, if you want to go ahead.
Yeah.
No, I'm bad at perception. I should not. As much as I like perception checks, my character currently sucks.
At this point, Nob might just listen to see if he hears anything.
Hang on one moment.
Not a problem. That's sure, since he, at this point, deeper in the cave, that's what he would think at this point.
Okay. You're asking as far as about what, Fluff? Again, sorry.
He's basically going to see if he can listen to see if he can hear any sound in either of these directions.
Alright.
If he can pinpoint it, at least.
This direction, no. Back this direction, like in this area, yes.
Noise that way.
Follow the noise.
What? What kind of noise we talking here?
A good question.
Yeah, that's a good question. What kind of noise, Jay?
You hear rumbling.
Rumbling.
I think we should have taken
Right.
a little sneak here from this point on.
Yeah.
Fine. Gets rid of the blade on, so it's not casting this fucking light anymore.
Well, unless you want
Yeah,
to get hit with a ice breath funnel.
You know?
Fair.
I will
Anyone
try to be stealthy.
Anyone looking for a quick weapon buff while we're at it? When we have the time, rather.
I'm good. Unless you want to put some fire on a sword, because just in case.
Can do. Anyone else?
Mine's kind of an ancient weapon. I don't think it can be really buffed.
You know.
Sadly, no, actually. That's the worst part. That's a
He's
probably
gonna.
good thing as far about stuff like that.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, I can buff magical weapons, although I do not increase their plus. It's just fire, and or whatever.
I'd say probably. Do you want fire, Raven?
Sure.
All right. We'll buff weapon of choice with fire.
Okay.
Uh,
Umbrella.
Fuck. Yeah, I remember right. Crap, I forgot.
Debating between two spells he wants to concentrate on, man. I hate that.
Yeah.
Do I have him concentrate on Blur
okay,
or
good.
Far Step?
Oh.
No.
Alright. So, Letari and Raven's weapons of choice are now buffed to be +2 fire dealing 2d4 whatchamithings. And I marked down I used a 5th for that.
To be fair, I'm also debating on 2 different spells.
Yeah, I think as far as making sure he can get some distance would probably be our step, but also the disadvantage, man. Ugh!
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just gonna do a break.
He's gonna keep his 5th level spell slots. He'll do blur. He might need those 5th levels.
Fair.
He'll boost his speed with his bonus as well, just in case instead.
All right.
That's
All right.
nice.
Good to me.
Alright.
Prohibitive Letari, buffed weapon +2, 2d4 fire, 1s or 2s.
Thank you.
I will roll stealth.
Yep. I will also do the stealth rolling of stealthiness.
Yeah. Stealth incoming.
Yeah. Do the stealth.
What's stealth?
Oh, fuck.
For the
right.
break.
Let me roll.
I have +3.
Place.
Well, I mean, we don't know what this thing's perception. Stealth might not even matter here in a sec. We'll see.
Yeah.
Oh, right. She has +9 now.
Nice.
Natural 1 is fun.
I'm just going to write this down here for.
Nice.
Nice.
There you go, Huffle.
Ah, the glories of the rogues.
Mm-hmm.
Or rogueliness.
Fair knowledge.
that
I rolled
is
for Soren too. What is your stealth, Soren?
Yes.
Soren, what is your stealth? Not that it's... Oh,
I love how I
Yours
mentioned
also-
funnel and we all like get in a line over here. I don't know where we're
You know, it's fair. I would have split off with it. Kind of.
Yeah,
He's just
true.
assuming that this is a double direction.
Yeah. Just staying near the ice while he looks around.
Here-ish.
I don't want to talk about it.
Just gonna put Letari over here because she's trying to split up who's got what on what side, and so she's trying to put.
Well, I imagine
One
you're still
other rim.
controlling Huffle. So either way,
Yeah.
they put a 4 on one side.
Yeah.
Let's see.
With us.
So our setups is the vaguely squishies and tanky person.
Okay, so that was a 21 for Stalverk, 4 for Null, 20 for Squish Banana. Sorry, I had to. 20 for David, 21 for Letari, 9 for Raven. Huffle had a 26 and Soren was a 14.
See what it sees, I guess.
What is its passive?
Well, if it's a dragon, probably bullshit, because dragons have passive gods half the time.
Yeah.
Interesting enough, its passive perception is only 21.
Well, it still sees most of the
Only
party.
21.
I know, it sees everybody except Huffle.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Only 21, but it sees everyone.
I'm sure it's fine. Don't worry about it.
It's fine. Null's just keeping an eye out for anything the entire time.
You know.
Does it look like it's noticed us, or is it being coy?
I will say you don't actually see it.
Oh,
Oh,
good.
good.
Cool, so we're looking around for it at the moment.
Yeah.
Make me
Assuming we're
perception
moving
checks.
forward while we're looking.
Oh,
Yeah.
good.
Oh,
Oh.
hey.
Checks as you walk forward.
Oh, we did. We both did it.
Yeah,
I did good.
I just kind of moved up by this thing. To take a look in there.
What perception?
Ducking behind
is
thing.
That's an 8 for Huffle.
Here.
And 8 for Soren. They see nothing. But, let's see. Letari, David. You know what? That's 3 8s as far as on perceptions for that crap. That's sad. 4 of you notice it. You hear slight whimpering noise in the area back this way.
Sound like a person or an animal?
It sounds like a person,
Uh,
like someone who's hurt.
I'm gonna cast Long Strider on myself real quick, and just number one to help with my movement nonsense, and then gonna head in that direction as well.
I don't think we're walking on the cracked ice anymore.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
Null's basically just kind of following. He's like sticking to the wall, pretty much.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Kind of peek around when he gets up here. All the typing.
Yeah.
Hmm. Oh,
She wasn't feeling well. I told her she needed to go
fair enough.
as far as go ahead and take care of herself. I can go ahead and control Raven as well.
Okay.
Health's important.
So,
Well, yeah. What
As
did you see when
you-
he gets like around?
and you hear it as far as around that way. Turn the corner. Kind of over in the corner.
Well, they just met her.
Uh-huh. You see blood down the side of her arm.
I don't know if he'd fall for that though. That's the thing. I feel like because he's like, how would she have gotten ahead of us? Would be his thought process. Sound like her?
It does.
You know, I'm gonna have him go with an intelligence check to
Go
see
ahead.
if he realizes it might be her or might not. Just because I don't know what else he would do, because it's kind of a 50-50 for Stalverk.
Mhm.
You
Go
know,
ahead and make me that check.
15?
Unfortunately, no.
So I don't know if it's actually her
You
or not.
you cannot tell. It's actually no.
I can't tell it might be a fake, basically.
Yeah, there you go. That's the wording. To you, it seems like it might be her.
Oh, good. So, because he's... Yeah, because of how he is, he'd probably step out.
Tari's gonna step over here just to kind of get a look at what's going on.
Yeah.
Because they also did go off on a side path, would probably be where he'd be like, no, she could have actually went past us during that time.
Mm-hmm.
Can I make another intelligence check? Because logic is dictating and running around in Letari's brain like, wait a darn minute.
Go ahead.
Yeah, because he's gonna try to approach her.
What am I rolling again? I'm sorry.
You're
You just-
rolling.
You just said intelligence.
Just intelligence? Okay. You know, my brain just short-circuited, like, so hard. That is a 19.
Nope.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Trying to beat its DC.
Yeah, he's,
Hmm.
I guess, gonna go forward and kneel down next to her.
You see her kind of shrink back into the wall slightly.
Hmm. You know,
I don't think they ever got her name, did they?
Nope.
Mhm.
You want us to help you with that?
You see her kind of. I'll be okay. I just need to get back to the village. Get back to the people.
What do you mean back?
I don't know. I don't even know how I got back here.
I'll offer
Yeah,
a
no.
hand to help her up.
Now it'll be inciting at this point.
Go ahead, roll me an insight check.
I would very much like to do the same.
Roll me insight checks if you want.
I don't know if that was hers, but yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna hold down your hand as far as, and she'll take your hand and let you help her up.
She looked like seriously injured, or just like
You just see, okay, so she'd be turned to where her right arm would be. You'd be looking at her right arm, and you see blood caked on her arm.
it looked like? So it doesn't look like she's personally injured.
She's holding her arm as well, so you, as much blood that's there, you can't tell if it's hers, but she does seem like she's holding her arm like her arm is hurt. Also, with those insight checks, seems to be telling the truth.
God damn it.
We're about to be eaten.
You know, that is fair. She's either truthing or a damn good liar. Brain doing mental brain thoughts.
It'd be quite the detour for us to take you back.
Yeah, I heard roars back the other way. I don't.
Very least, you think you could stay
It
back?
might be better for you to stay here.
I don't want to sit back here in this corner.
What happened to the kids? Did you just leave them?
They have the elders there.
She did say she doesn't know how she got there, to be fair.
Yeah.
You know,
Why don't
question.
you-
Yes.
okay.
What is the distance on looking into the familiar?
That is, if I'm not mistaken.
You're probably pretty far.
You guys are a good
Damn.
distance into the cave at this point.
Yeah, I forgot
Moment.
what the distance on that familiar thing was.
Oh, good. I want to take a look here.
I mean, at the around here is 100, if I'm guesstimating, if I counted right, somewhere in this area. So that's not even quite back at the village.
Yeah.
But say the only thing it actually says in the spell is while your familiar is within 100 feet of you, you can communicate with it telepathically.
Yeah, so you're way out of the 100 feet range.
Additionally, you, as an action, you can see through your familiar's eyes and hear what it hears until the start of your next turn. Gaining the benefits of any special senses familiar has. During this time, you are deaf and blind. Regard your own senses. Yeah, it doesn't actually
so he is
specify
well out of range for that.
Yeah, I've always just assumed it went off the 100 feet.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what I assumed as well.
It does unless you have the warlock stuff.
Fair, right?
I am a tomb.
Yeah.
Damn. Oh well. It was a good thought in my head.
Oh, there's no problem. Good. Hey, good thinking, though.
At the very least, stick with us and you can hide nearby.
Yeah. She begins to start walking in this direction as far as back towards.
I imagine he's kind of helping her, to be
Yeah.
honest, because that's what he would
Yeah.
do. I don't like it. Claire doesn't like it.
I know you don't.
Giving her a shoulder
Yeah.
to lean on, basically.
Yeah.
Hate all of this.
I hate
Yes.
it too. Trust me on this.
I'm just going to go ahead and move over this way.
Yeah.
Because she said she heard it in this direction.
I'll kind of peek around.
I need to look up something. Not that one. The other one.
I'd be helping her like lean against the wall or something over here.
Let's see. You see her kind of look back this direction as far as towards where you guys came from.
Mhm.
And this is where it's going to suck for you guys.
Uh-huh.
It's going to spend some sorcery points to twin cast Wall of Ice.
Oh.
Closing off here, here, and here.
Does it work like that?
For it does. Because it's a master of ice.
No, I'm thinking more. Doesn't twin casting only work on things that have a single specific target?
Fair. So no, it's not going to do that. Let's see, what does it want to do then? Ah, screw it. It's fine. It's going to start walking this direction. She's going to start walking this direction.
Mm-hmm.
About there.
I feel like he's still following her. I don't know why. He would be, because I hate it, but...
I will say she looks like she's uncertain and looking around. That's what she's giving off at the moment.
Fair.
But then this throws you. As in a 60-foot cone, you just see ice just come from her. Encasing this whole area in ice.
No, son of a bitch.
I suddenly feel uncomfortable standing next to you. He looks down at her.
She turns towards you. What's wrong?
Oh,
You know, yeah, David's just gonna sigh.
And you see her eyes glazed over in this ice, like this striking ice blue.
Oh, cool. Now you're trapped in your house.
Are you sure? This is where it's going to get fun. I need y'all to roll initiative.
yay!
Nice.
Oh, no, you beautiful bastard.
I am also very happy with my initiative.
I'm also going to move people's stuff off the board so we can have a clear initiative. What is your initiative? No. Right, +3.
No. No. There we are.
I need a math real quick because my math is.
I assume
Oh,
it hasn't been a minute yet? Or has it by this point?
It is not.
Okay.
But so you still have, as far as your far step, I believe, is what you would cast?
No, he had a blur up.
Oh, no, yeah, blur, you're fine. It's
That's a
still.
minute.
Yeah, you still have blur up.
Did not get a good initiative, but I feel like he's just staring at her like, okay. I don't care.
Okay.
He's not intimidated because it's
No.
fucking brave idiot right now.
Very fair.
No, why are we up here?
Because I rolled a 19 +3.
Cool.
Hey.
I rolled a 4, so +5.
You know.
That's fair.
What was that one for Raven? That is a Huffle die. That is a Dragon die. That is... Oh, okay. That's the Raven die, apparently.
I
There we
don't
go.
like this big gap that's happening down here.
You know,
Don't worry about it.
Could be worse.
Oh, it could be. It could be very much worse. Because now, Soren, what is your initiative? Oh, right, you have that one. No, you use this. You use this die here. That die's gonna be a fun one for you. Not really. I mean, it's fun-ish.
Fun-ish.
Yeah, it's fine. So first is Letari and Null.
What was I still trying to figure out what spell I'm gonna fucking use here.
Fair.
You know, because as an action you can move a thing with this, and he already lit his sword, and he waits a bonus action to light his fucking sword anyways. I'm gonna use telekinesis on the Sunblade
Okay.
and try
Didn't
to
you
swing
turn
it.
it off when you stealthed?
Okay, bonus action. I turned it back on.
I was gonna say.
I did say he as soon as she did that he was gonna turn it on. To be
Oh,
fair.
okay. I didn't hear that. Sorry.
Yeah. And he basically tries to swing it with the blade without being near her, basically.
Yeah.
Which is the first time they're seeing that.
Go ahead and roll to attack.
Alrighty. What is be my strength or charisma at this point?
Charisma because you're spellcasting.
Alrighty. So I'm just gonna use my hit with, say, the spell. My spell attack is a +10, so that's a 17 to hit.
That does not hit.
Shit. I'm not gonna waste my
I will
favorite
say-
gods yet.
The sword hits, but you notice it kind of just glances off when it makes contact.
Ah. You're a tough one. Have fun,
I can't,
Stalverk.
can't tell you guys how excited I am to use
Big
this
old
voice.
wide grin. Yeah.
Okay.
At the end of your turn,
Mhm.
no. Which would have been 2 legendary actions.
Already?
Yes.
Yeah, because
To cast, well, to 1 legendary action to drop a spell out of its turn, and that is dropping its one of his 2 uses per day of shape change. Oh god.
Jesus. Oh,
Ah!
threw the tokens everywhere because they were way too close.
I need to scale him down slightly.
Huh.
Oh, hey, look. And now we're going to go on.
And that is, it's 1 legendary action to drop that spell. Now it's your turn, Letari.
Uh-huh. So, when thinking about all of the loud things and whatnot, I know bad news is a bad idea, because that is very much a very loud gun. I have 2 pepperbox type guns,
Mm-hmm.
but are they also too loud, considering the situation?
You've never really been in this situation. You just know she had looked at bad news, and even you know bad news is a very loud gun.
Yeah. Freaking heck.
like Stalverk's holding his scythe with both hands, just staring up with a
It's like,
I'm ready to have
ooh,
fun.
dragon.
Smile.
Ooh, dragon hide.
Or it could get creepy and I could say, I wonder what dragon blood tastes like.
You know?
Yeah.
To be fair, Raven had that at one point. She could have given it.
Ah!
40. I can't exactly get flanking yet, but I still have Long Strider up.
Mm-hmm.
And she's going to not risk the noise and nonsense. If I remember correctly, 5, 10, 15, 5, 30, 35, 40 as I'm trying to make my way around flanking nonsense. And we're going to try stabbing it, I guess.
All right,
Bother me,
go ahead and try and swing.
Put
What?
you on the square. Yeah, you bother me, woman.
Oh. Sorry, I thought I put her on the square. Oh wow, okay. That is sorry. I got a math now. Hold on. Cause I put all the magic buff things on the sword. So that's a 30 to hit.
That
Jesus.
hits.
Okay. So that's a D8 and then 2D4. Oh, wow. That is 13 slashing damage
Okay.
and 6 fire damage.
Cool. It takes 19 points of damage.
Yes. Cool. So not vulnerable to fire.
Nope.
That's upsetting.
Because I did a goof.
Oh.
It's fine.
I have another attack. I just remembered that I've got 2 attacks, and I typically use attacks for reloading, and I don't have to reload right now. 28 to hit?
That hits. Don't worry, I'm not going to give you a 29 AC creature yet.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Okay. 4 points of fire damage and 10 points of slashing.
So 14. All right.
And I don't think I have anything good for bonus actions right now, so I'm done.
Cool. All right. Whose turn is next? I believe it is. David.
This music is so calm.
Sorry, I meant to change that. Give me one moment.
I make that mistake all the time, that's why I said something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I meant to change it. Which one was I going to use? This one worked. Alright. David, I believe you're muted.
Oh, I am here. I think. Trying to make sure I have my damage right on this cantrip because I realize. Oh shit! I hadn't updated it yet.
Which one?
Right, I would like firebolt. I realize. Oh yeah, we're past 11th level.
30-10 now.
Yep. I would like to do a firebolty thing.
Go ahead, try hit it.
Well, this dice loves it. That's a natural 20.
Wow.
Nice.
3. So that's gonna be 30 fire automatic.
Uh-huh.
And 6, 11. An extra 29 on top of that.
Fuck! 59 points of damage.
Oh wait, I math that wrong. 9, 9, 10, 11, 12. Sorry, an extra 20 on top of that. Sorry.
50 points of damage. That's still
Yep.
50.
Yep. Shit, was this a character I had bonus actions on? I don't think it is. I don't.
Okay.
Okay. That'll be it.
Alrighty. It's going to be... Whew, chipping at it. I believe now it's Raven's turn. Let's see what Raven has real quick. Back to her and I messages real quick. Oh, my knee.
Don't do that.
It's fine. What you got here, Raven? She too is going to cast Le Firebolt. One moment, I need to. There we go. She too is going to cast Le Firebolt. And if I can, there's the dice trick. Okay, that's a 19 on the die. Plus 9, so 28 to hit. 3d10. How are my d10s? D10s, where are you? I'm sure this is fine. Nothing. 4. That's only 11 points of fire damage. Alright. So, now it is going. I believe that is. What else can she do? That's all she's going to do at the moment. I need to turn down some music on my end.
Fair.
I don't know why the master music volume shot up as much as it did there. Oh god, that hurt actually, kinda. Ouchie. Leave it as now. Ah, yes. Dragon's turn. I have to roll something. It does not get back its cold breath. If I can find the right page again. It is going to... It's going to go ahead and make 3 attacks. It's going to try and make a bite attack at you, Stalverk. And that is going to be throwing a d20, apparently.
Hey, at least Stalverk's still within 30 feet of me.
Yeah, just
That's
barely.
also-
Just
You know?
barely.
There's no bears here.
Oh, God damn it.
Well, that d20 is lost to time at the moment.
Mhm.
I'll find it eventually. As I throw another one, apparently. Okay, that's 16 on the die. Plus, what is your to hit? 26 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay. What is your... Ah, right.
Oh, disadvantage because blur.
Oh, right. Right. That is a natural 1 on the second one.
Sweet.
Hey.
I almost forgot about that.
Yeah, I almost did too.
Nice.
Good catch. He misses with a natural 1. He's now going to take a claw attack at both you and Letari, Stalverk. First to Letari.
Oh, good.
That's going to be an 11 on the die, plus 10. So that is going to be 21 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Alright. That's going to be 2d6 plus 6. That is double 6s. That is 18 points of
Oh.
slashing damage.
Okay.
I also need you to make me a constitution saving throw.
Oh no.
Might be an ass.
Go
That no.
ahead.
Is a hitter.
Go ahead.
Con save, Jay?
Yes.
That's an 18.
You succeed. Your speed is not
Yay.
reduced by 10 feet.
Oh, good. I'm glad I have Long Strider.
That is a 30 to hit.
That hits. Roll for damage. See, Stalverk's lucky he didn't get hit, by the way, as far as by that bite.
Why?
That does extra cold damage.
Sweet. I have the health for it, though, unlike most of the party.
That's true. That's also very true.
So it's 20 points and then 4 bleed.
20 points in what bleed?
4.
Okay. So it does 24 damage total then.
Yeah.
And then 4 on its next turn, I believe? I think that's what we did. I don't remember.
I know they've been taking the initial damage.
They
and
take
just continue.
they take it on their turn. Yeah, they take it initially and then also on the next turn as well.
Yeah.
That's what it was. Okay. I was having a DM blank there for a second. Alright, so I will make sure I subtract 4 from its health on its next turn. It's going to make a second claw attack at you, Stalverk.
Sweet.
Still with Blur, so it's going to be a 17 is the highest.
Nope.
Which I don't think. Nope. Okay.
I'm gonna frustrate it. Yes.
There you go. There you go. Let's see.
Oh, can't hit me.
It's the end of its turn, which leads us into Huffle. Bounce between character sheets. I could be a total dick and just say she cast Firebolt too. 3 people just throwing Firebolt to this poor dragon.
Yeah.
But, you know, I think I'm going to do Huffle's usual. He needs to make a con save. What is your Constitution save, dragon? It is a plus 12 for your con save. That's a 28. That is not... That does succeed save. It still takes half damage. And that is... How much damage? 8d8. Oh, fucking hell. I'm rolling this in the fucking bot. I'm not digging out 8d8s. As 38 points of damage halved would be to 19. Alright. Off her turn, it goes... Motherfucker, goes Soren's turn. God
What
damn
did
it.
it use when it did that? Or when she did that?
It had to make a con save,
Well,
and
no,
it succeeded with a 28.
What she used.
Light.
Light, okay.
Yeah. I was like, I could go ahead and say she cast Firebolt, but we all know Huffle,
Yeah.
and the first spell she usually flings at something is Blight.
Yeah.
So that's why I went ahead and you also have that, but I'm not going to use that on you. Fucking hell. God damn it. There's a lot of spells this guy has I can't use. It makes me sad. Oh, but he can use this one. 5, 10, 15. What is your movement speed? Oh, right. Your movement speed is that. 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. And he's going to cast Inflict Wounds. And misses with a 22.
Oh, shit.
13 plus 9, he misses. And that is all he can do. That goes to Stalverk.
Cool. Can it make me a deck save, please?
The one thing it's don't really think it's good at, actually. What is your deck save so I can know what to roll? I mean, you're decent at it, Mr. Dragon Dude.
Mr. Dragon Dude.
That is... It's a 12 for all your damage.
Yeah.
A teeter between a 5 and the other number. The other number I think you would have saved.
22.
Oh, okay.
Lightning.
It is actually resistant to lightning. So it'll take 11.
Is there any... Weird, it's not resistant to fire or invulnerable to that either.
It's resistant to fire. But because of the elemental adept bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't think the only thing that Stalverk has is bludgeoning, because wind only does bludgeoning. Then
Yeah.
that kind of sucks.
It does not actually take less damage from bludgeoning.
Well, I know that. Plus, it's magical anyway, so unless it takes non-magical half damage.
Yeah.
But I was just saying that's literally all he's got, then, other than forcing half damage with lightning.
Yeah.
See, have any? Unfortunately, he doesn't have any bonus actions that don't require concentration and shit that do anything else.
Oh.
Like, I mean, it's not like he's gonna Misty Step right now.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
And he has no reason to cast Healing Spirit. He just... his class really has really shitty bonus actions, just so you know.
Oh, I feel you.
It has a lot of concentration spells and really shitty bonus. I won't lie when I say I really wish we went more thoroughly through that. But, yeah, there's nothing else he can do unless he was gonna try to teleport for any reason.
Okay.
Because his other bonus action, he would have to recast his Surge and use that stuff.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That brings us back to the top of the order then? Which... Null and Letari.
Right.
As I try not to sneeze.
Which I realized we actually never got to tell the group, because if you remember right, we actually ended... he was supposed to tell the group about the wolves and the guy. They never did, because of the way we started this up.
Right.
Because we were supposed to actually have a chance to wake everyone up. Everybody was just... It was just Stalverk and David and Raven awake when we ended last time.
Right. It was.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Letari was recovering from exhaustion.
Yeah, everybody else was still asleep, so I realized that when I was reading his sheet, I was like, well, shit, there was never a chance for him to really stop and say it, because we immediately moved on to how do we get up the mountain.
Shit. That's kind of on me too, because it's a couple weeks I hadn't forgotten. Ugh.
We hadn't even gotten to the mountain yet when we ended. We had seen it in the distance.
I thought we had gotten to the base. That's on me. I'm sorry. I thought we had ended as far as y'all just got to the base.
Well, I got confused about that, but I wasn't sure if I was just remembering that wrong, and then I was looking back at my notes and realized, no, I did remember that right. Well, shit.
DM goofed. Oh, fuck. So. Yeah, back to the top with them peoples.
Yeah, no, just up over here. Still looking at this dragon.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Snowflake. Over here. And behind you. I'm gonna try to hit him with the sword again.
Go ahead and roll the hit.
26.
26 hits.
Da, 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 da. Just so I know, do I know? Because I'm debating where I don't know if I can do this. Can I divine smite even though I'm using it in telekinesis? Swing it? I don't know.
I'd almost have to say no because it
Yeah, that's what I
says
figured.
melee. I think. Does it say melee?
It does say melee weapon attack, yes.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, I have to say no then.
Yeah, so he'll swing at it. It's gonna be. What is the damage for this weapon? It's D8 besides. That is going to be 13 points of radiant.
13 points of radiant. Oh, right.
Oh. Forgot there's also +2 to that.
It's a
So
15.
+2 weapon. Yeah.
That's fine.
So, he is going to, as a part, like, because we can move up to like 30 feet, he's just basically just like swing and bring it back to him, basically,
Okay.
and flip it off and stuff in the corner.
Fair. So.
Just basically right where he was.
At the end of your turn, Null,
Oh, okay.
it is actually going to. Let's see. It's going to spend 2 legendary actions to cast. Yeah, you can cast this. He will.
Actually, no, he would have. I'm actually just gonna have him move up because he sees Letari. He's gonna try to help Letari out.
Well, shit. Okay, that's fine.
I was actually gonna move, so you do not have to do that.
Oh, okay. Never mind. She's gonna run the direction.
Yeah, she's gonna run around the other side of the dragon to help flank
gonna-
with Stalverk.
It's not going to cast anything. It's going to instead use a spend 2 of its legendary actions, and it's going to. You see it kind of tilt its head upward towards the ceiling, and it lets out a roar.
Oh.
I'm coming.
So it uses its ice shard ability. Each creature outside of 10 feet of it. So the 3 up close to it don't have to make saves, but Null, Huffle, David, and Raven have to make. Where did it go? Which is dexterity saving throws. 16, 23. Okay. Null, you save. David, you do not.
Alright.
Let's see. Huffle. It's a 9 on the die. She doesn't save. And Raven. The 10 on the die. I don't believe.
Oh wait, fuck. Okay, never mind.
I believe Raven saves for the 10 on the die either.
No, she doesn't. So the 3 who failed, taking 3d6 plus 6 bludgeoning. It's going to be 13, 19 points of bludgeoning damage. And you are knocked prone.
Alright. Let's see, so... And for concentrations being...
You just have to roll higher than a 10 or higher.
Oh, right. It was either 10 or half damage, gotcha.
Yep.
Well, fuck. Wait. Never mind.
You're proficient in Constitution as a sorcerer.
Yep, that is good. That is very good.
It is very good.
That is still... But also, ow.
Owls and stuff.
Yeah.
Wait 1 second. I just realized how many people I'm controlling that just dealt damage to.
You know...
Doing quick math.
Just gonna go ahead and put another break in here.
Here we go. All right. Hey, that's pretty good. So,
When you realize you can just pull your allies towards you to heal them.
you know, Letari, go.
Okay. 5, 10, 15, 20,
Alright.
5. I think. Oh, wait, not. 30. I think that's about flanking with Stalverk now, because this thing is so big I can't exactly be absolutely certain, but I think that's flanking now.
Although usually the rule is if you can draw a straight line through the majority of the token.
Majority of the token, so...
Yes, you have to move over at least one more.
Okay.
Yeah. So
That way
Can
it
do.
goes.
Yeah.
There, yeah.
It basically it can't go like something like this or like that. It has to be,
Yeah.
like, at least a decent amount.
Okay, cool.
At least close to passing through the center of it.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough. I would like to swishy stab.
Go ahead and switch your stab.
And advantage because I am flanking, and I'm glad I did that because that was not a good thing, and I don't think that's much better though. That's 19 to hit.
That does not hit.
Okay,
blade
second
just-
attack.
Blade just clinks right off of it.
Okay, that's better. That is 24 to hit.
That just hits.
Okay. So D8 and a couple of D4s. That is 7 points of slashing and 6 points of fire.
Alright, 13. Cool.
And that's all I
It is
have
bloody.
for now. Wow, already?
For now.
Oh, good. That's all I got.
Okay. Next is David, I believe. Yes.
Alright, I want to get my Harpias up here. 5, 10? Wait. No, just 5. And Okay, I need a dex save.
Dex save, alright. Are you going to succeed, Mr. Dragon Man? Or are you not going to succeed, Mr. Dragon Man? Mr. Dragon Man rolled a 6 on the die, plus 7, that's 13. He does not.
Well,
So
that
he's
does
going to
not be
spend
my
one of his
18.
legendary resistances.
Well, damn. He's
It
still
is down
taking a
to-
5th level fireball, so...
Oh, fuck.
Yep, so,
He's not going to like this.
Oh yeah, he's definitely not. Dice chat, mirror.
That 10d6, though.
Yep. Okay, I'll use the first one because it did it twice for some reason. 25, 26, 27, 28 fire.
Oh,
Have
right.
so 14.
Alright, 14 points of fire damage.
Good news, I burned one of its legendary resistances.
You know?
And that's all I got.
Alright. After your turn, it is Raven's turn again. What is Raven going to do? Alright, the Ravens is not one of the tabs I have open on Chrome.
Oh,
Also
goodness.
with that fireball, I'm assuming this thing is tall enough to where I could easily just have it on top of it and not worry about hitting friends.
Yeah.
Alright.
Right, let me go to Heronize Messages. Give me un momento. What do you have? Now, what did you, which one did you give her umbrella, right? That's what you
Yeah,
gave
her umbrella has it. Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Raven's umbrella, Letari's sword.
Letari's go. Cool. Just wanted to be sure as I go to swing.
Mm-hmm.
Once she moves
Yeah,
forward. Take your time. So move forward. Try to hit it. The 19 on the die, so that's 28 to hit. It's a d6 plus 5. It's only 8, and then it was 2d4 fire, I believe, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And d4, come here.
One counts as twos.
Yep. And now. 10 plus 13. 17. 17 points of damage. And that's what she's going to do. Which would lead to its turn. Which I have to roll. And that is a 6 on the die.
Good.
Oh. Fuck.
Hmm?
I'm glad I'm behind a rock. But I also did kind of insult it.
Let's see. Going to. Oh. So that's good. It's going to hit minus Raven because she's right out of the little area for it. Going to hit Soren, Stalverk, David, and Huffle. I need some. Where are you? I believe it's con saves. Let me double check. Yes, I need Constitution saving throws.
Oof. That's a number.
Don't want to kill people.
I have the health. I haven't been hit yet.
I know. Has a 21 from health. Wait. 18 from Huffle, which still saves.
We're waiting for drag.
Yeah. Okay. And then Soren, what were you gonna roll? No, he does not save.
It makes sense the two people in front don't.
Yeah. Sadly, it does make sense. I'm gonna go ahead and roll the damage. And then he'll take half or full, depending on what.
Okay, back. Sorry about that.
Welcome back. Was that right?
You
Yes,
do a con
16d8.
save.
Yep, I need a con
Con?
save from you, David.
All right.
Got hit with an ice breath.
17. 23. All right.
23, you succeed. So Huffle and David succeed. The two in the front take 89 points of cold damage.
Holy shit!
They're bullshit.
Yeah.
Huffle takes 44. And so do you, David.
Sweet.
Huffle's down to 11 hit points.
So I have to make a 22 con save.
Yes, you do.
I don't make a 22 con save.
Alright,
That's right, I need to. I don't. Unless I rolled that 20.
Yeah,
Nope, he lost his blur.
shit. Yeah, that's... And that's all it's going to do. And up next is... Alright, Huffle. So, she's going to, let's see, what you want to do here, Huffle? Oh. What do you have? She's just going to, dip 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. She's just going to kind of get out of its, range of influence there. I can't... You know, no, I take that back.
I
She'll
was gonna
move
say, I feel like she could cast and then move there.
there. Yeah, she's going to back up a bit as far as first, because this does have distance. She's going to cast... If she would do this, she's going to cast Fireball at 5th level. Right over top of it. So... Where is... There it is. Okay. It's wrong. It's here. Where'd it go? Fireball. There it is. Okay. Dex save from him. That was a 2 on the die. I'm going to go to the dice spot. That's 34 points of fire damage, halved because it is resistant to fire damage. Only reason taking full from the other things was Elemental Adept. So it is 17 points. It's still in triple digits.
That's fun.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm
my
feeling
brain
that's
just
for now.
realized. My brain just realized for some reason
Hmm.
I did not know Huffle had an elemental adept.
She doesn't.
No, it took half.
It only
Oh,
took
oh.
half. As I was saying, the only
Okay.
reason it took full from the others was because of it.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Otherwise, it would have taken 34. After Huffle, that's going to be a Soren. God damn it. He's going to... Because he would do this too. He's going to look back at Huffle and cast Healing Word at 5th level. Yeah, she's within range, so that's going to be 5d4 plus 3. And that is going to be how many hit points back to the Huffle? There's only going to be 15 hit points back.
but that is enough to get health. Prevents her from dying right away. At the moment, anyways. Action, he's going to try and inflict wounds again at first level. He's going to try. And that is a natural 20.
Nice.
Ooh.
I don't like that. Alright. On top of the 30 and up. Numbers are on the D10 are as follow 2, 3, 1.
Oh.
36 points of damage to the dragon, who's still standing very decently. He's so good. Go ahead, Stalverk.
Alright, who's looking the
Hit the
worst
dragon.
off of this group cluster that got hit here? It's Huffle's
Say again?
health. What's the health ever of the 3 people that got hit really hard there?
Huffle. Go ahead.
I'm looking at 32, yeah.
32, okay.
Like in 98.
One moment. I need to do it.
Yeah, he really doesn't give a shit about Soren, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I'm not.
Soren's into the
I
healer.
don't care.
But
Yeah,
so he's also kind
I
of
will-
considering, but he seems.
I will tell you,
Uh,
he's fine at the moment.
he's fine. Okay.
He's
So,
still in triple digits.
between the other two, how did they look?
Huffle is at 26 hit points.
26. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. This is a 60-foot range. She's within that.
Yeah.
He's gonna cast Healing Spirit on her at 6th level?
Oh, fuck.
Damn.
So she'll get back 26.
Okay, she'll get back 26 right now. Cool.
Because I can move that with a bonus.
Oh.
And you know what? Let's see what all its resistances are. Let's see. He's gonna cast Shatter above it.
Oh,
Nice.
Wait a second. Hold
that's
on.
thunder damage, right?
Yeah, that's thunder.
He is not resistant to thunder.
Good. He has a few very. He doesn't have very many, unfortunately. I think that's actually is one of the only ones that does damage that he has. Besides
And
other
what-
things. A lot of the other things that he has is an area effect thing, unfortunately.
Now, was that a con save, you said?
That is a con save.
Okay. I should know this because Amos casts it, but...
You'd be amazed what people don't retain.
What's your spell save?
17? Yeah.
This is its second highest saving throw. He rolled a 2 on the die.
Nice.
It's going to hold on to its legendary resistances right now.
Alright, so that's.
Cool.
It has 2 left.
It's
gonna hold
only
on to
9 damage, but still.
it.
Now
It's
he
still-
knows.
Yeah.
And now he can cast it higher.
Yeah.
That's his turn.
All right. And that goes back to the top of the order. At the end of your turn, however, it's going to spend one of its legendary actions to go ahead and make a tail attack at Letari, who's behind it.
Oh, cool. Whee!
That is a natural 20.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Yes, it will, because that is 3d8 through 3d8. Yeah. And it's not bludgeoning, by the way.
Oh, cool.
This is slashing.
Oh.
Because you notice ice spines off the end of it.
Yay.
Well, you notice that as it hits you. And it's 3d8 plus, I believe it's 6. Yes, plus 6. So it's initial 30 points of damage. First
Okay.
of all, I want to point out a consistency here. What's up with everybody not 20ing on something does 30 max damage?
Listen.
Give me total damage here, dude.
30, 34, 35, 39, 42 plus 6, 48 points of slashing.
48 in total.
Yes.
Woo!
How you doing?
I'm down to 50.
I was hoping
So,
the
no.
hits reaction would work, but I don't think a 23 will hit.
No, it is one short.
Damn. I even
It is
used a
one
luck point
short.
to try to make that higher.
Aww.
Yeah. I say it is one short. Oh,
well,
you know what I
he
forgot to do on
tried.
its
He used
last
his
turn?
reaction.
You know what I
Huh?
forgot to do on its last turn? It takes 4 bleed damage.
Yeah.
Yep, so it's down to that now. Cool. Cool. Alrighty. So up to the top of the order now, Letari and all.
Sound off. Who's not doing good?
I think David's the lowest now.
A little bit, yeah. I
What's
think.
he at?
Well below bloody.
Oh, okay, yeah.
How's
Yeah.
Letari doing?
I got hit with some ice, but I can manage.
Thanks for the really consistent answer. All right.
I will
Huffle's
say,
currently being healed.
yeah, Huffle's at 52 of 72 at the moment.
Yeah. I'm sure she'll get
Then-
fully healed in the next turn here.
Yeah.
Then he's gonna focus on the other 4 here that are hurt
Okay.
because 6-level mass cure wounds.
Ooh.
It's a 30-foot
Very
radius.
Like the other 4? Are
Point
you
of 60 feet.
healing Soren? No.
Yes.
Thorin's healing people. I mean, it's probably good to keep him alive.
I mean,
He's
you
basically
know.
centering it on
Yeah.
pretty much like Stalverk because it's a 30-foot radius.
Oh shit, yeah, you're fine.
I just can't get Huffle and Letari because they're both so fucking
Okay.
far apart.
So I'm gonna try and
It's
remember where
fine.
the dragon is at the moment. I'm gonna move him real quick so I can count.
Yeah.
Okay, you're good. I just wanted to count.
Yeah.
I mean, I
Just
don't think the dragon's 30 feet wide.
No, I just couldn't count the squares. It's
So
fine.
that is going to be 4d8
Oh.
because I casted that higher than 5th.
Ooh.
And I say no to that because fucking healing sorcery point bullshit. And that was because that was all 1s.
Oof.
Mm.
And that's much better. Not great, but much better. 26 to everybody but Huffle.
Everybody
Okay.
but Huffle gets 26. All right.
Okay, that includes me. Okay.
All right.
26.
All right. Soren is at 155
Okay.
now.
I'm back up into the 70s. That is useful.
I'm back over 100.
Oh,
I am not bloodied.
To be fair, I took the full damage of that breath attack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Raven's back to full.
Alright.
And the only reason she was that close is because she was just out of the cone. She was just out of that cone.
Yeah.
David's still looking pretty bad.
He's not bloody. Well, bloodied.
Yeah.
That, out of 98, he's at 58.
Yeah, we'll just give him a bit more of a bump with a 2nd level healing word. I believe I have that spell. Let me just make sure I have that. I've not just mass healing word. I don't know if I do now that I think about it.
I don't think you do.
I wasn't sure if I got it from my paladin,
Yeah.
because I know I have a bunch of things from paladin. That
To
I
be
don't.
I don't
fair,
use
I
paladins.
think after when it gets, at least the Stalverk's probably gonna move the healing spirit to David since he can only
Mhm.
move it 30 feet
Fair.
Hmm.
for a bonus.
We're gonna do something a little dumb. We're gonna get its attention. Try to get its attention.
Oh god damn it!
I'm also gonna cast bonus action Shield of Faith on myself, so I'm dropping telekinesis.
Oh. Right, you brought back the sword to you anyways.
So I have technically 20 AC now when I'm within 30 feet of Stalverk.
Hey, there you go. Alright.
I said pay attention to hear you, dick.
You dingus.
You haven't taken the threat or the thing in the area.
I'll fix that in a second.
Hey, breath attacks, man. It's not surprising dragons try to get as many people in it as they can.
Yeah.
Oh no.
See, and that's why that's why I would say dragons are some of the easiest enemies to fight against people. Because
Yeah,
they do like mass damage to everybody at one hit.
Yeah, it's really the breath weapon that makes them the deadliest.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
If they didn't have that, they honestly.
They're little puppy dogs.
All right, that's all I can do. That's my bonus action, my action.
Letari.
I just want to get everybody up.
The swishy smack.
Swishy smack.
Yeah.
Aight.
Okay, that's better. Thank you for her advantage. That is 29 to hit.
That hits. Roll for damage.
And that's going to be 4 points of fire damage and 12 points of slashing.
Alright, how many points of fire damage again?
4.
4. Okay. One moment.
There's no more to the fire. He didn't keep concentration.
No, you don't. Yep. you
Oh,
don't
that's
have
right.
fire.
Never mind. Sorry.
Mhm.
The slashing
It's
was.
also no longer a +2.
Yeah.
Ew. So that's just. So 29 minutes was a 27, anyways.
That's fine.
And the slashing damage was 12.
Okay. Was it after the -2?
I
Hmm.
didn't add plus 2 to the
You don't
slashing.
add the
Oh, it's
you
just
didn't
the hit.
add the
Okay.
2d
Yeah,
damage
it's
bonus
just a
damage.
hit.
Cool. Okay.
It doesn't make it a +2 weapon. It just adds 2 to your hit.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Really
So-
weirdly worded.
Fair.
Yeah.
Alright. It's still standing.
I'ma smack it again, because I can.
Hey,
That's a crit.
Okay.
Apparently, yes.
But do you double crit?
Oh, right.
You have advantage because there's flanking.
I do not. I do not double crit.
Okay. I was sitting here, I was
Darn.
like, don't you fucking dare.
Oh, I
It
told you I'd
has
get to roll another nat 20. Since we
It-
start fighting the dragon.
It doesn't matter because I did max.
Holy.
I did 26 points of slashing damage.
To be
Okay,
fair,
30.
you would have done even more if you double crit.
I know.
Because that would have been 26, 52, it was 104. Oh. Oh, dragon. Boom, boom.
How's he looking?
So that's 52 points of damage?
No,
No.
I
Oh, 26
no,
total.
it's just yeah, it's 26 total.
Okay. So it would only been 52 if you double credit, but yes, 26
Yeah.
total. He's still standing.
Okay, I'm not gonna try and do anything nonsensical. I'm going to probably real quick do wait, where is that thing? Yeah, second wind. Just to
No. Back. Heal yourself.
just to boost myself a little bit. Cause oh, that's nice. I think I just did max healing.
Rigged.
I'm not
Yeah.
joking. I will take a
Max
picture.
damage, max heal.
Yeah.
Damn, over here maxing everything. Talking about mid-max. I'm just kidding.
Look. You've seen my dice rolls, okay?
She's
That-
also using a sword, so
Oh, I think we
we've
found
noticed that swords
Letari's.
are better of guns.
Yeah, the irony of that she really needs to start moving on to melee.
Guys,
Apparently.
what we're gonna do is attach a bayonet to the front of Bad News.
20
I think
points
it's-
of 20 points of healing back to me, by the way.
Alrighty. Cool,
Nice.
cool.
Because D10 nonsense.
Hey, David.
Mm-hmm.
It's your go.
Yep, so I'm gonna start this by 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Mm-hmm.
Another deck save from him.
Another deck save. Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
That is 21.
Fuck. He is not under the effects of Fairy Fire.
Glitter bomb.
No, it's
Oh.
Fairy Fire on him.
Yeah, I know. I just like saying glitter bomb.
Yeah, that's all I got.
All right. After you, it is, I believe, Raven. Yes, Raven. Raven is at full again, so she's going to do the smacky again. Because she is right up in personal space with it. She's within its blood circle.
No, she could move slightly and flank with Null.
That is true.
I'm going to go ahead and add that to hers real quick.
Yes, flank with Null. Null wants this.
You know? Oh, yeah. She will flank with the Null. She will flank with the Null.
Good.
And do the swingy. Let's see. So, now I need to open up our messages. Because that is where her character sheet is for me. Because her file is way too big to send the actual file.
Oh, goody.
Yeah, it's fine. She took pictures of it. So I'm gonna swing with the +9 to try and hit the dwagon. That would not hit, and that is an 18. That does hit. That's a 27 to hit, and that's only going to be 8 points of bludgeoning. If I can write numbers. It's still up. That's going to be it for her. It is now its turn. I will say, you guys can tell it looks fairly hurt.
Excellent.
What's it gonna do? I gotta see what does this. It's going to make a wing attack.
Oh,
I
No, that's
need-
fair.
I need Null, Soren, Stalverk, Raven, and Letari to make dexterity saving throws.
Oh, goody.
You're all within 10 feet of him.
Oh, I'm going to use Indomitable and re-roll that.
Alright.
It's a 15.
I'm glad I re-rolled that.
David's gonna use his reaction to bend luck for nulls. Which
Yeah,
is
that's
now
right,
made
because
that
as long as you're within sight.
which
Oh.
made that a 16, which I don't know if is that much help, but have a 16.
The only one that doesn't get blown back from the looks of... No, 2 people don't get blown backwards.
Hmm.
And that's Letari and Stalverk.
So I failed even with that 16.
Yeah. You could use your favorite one. I got it.
Does a 24 succeed?
Yes, it does.
Fuck.
Stalverk's 19 succeeded.
I rolled 2 4s on my 2d4.
Alright.
No, really wants to stay.
So, yeah. Oof.
What is it?
Both Raven and Huffle failed, so...
Well,
and
Huffle's
so
over
did
here.
Soren. Oh, wait, not Huffle. I meant, Raven and Soren failed. Right there. They failed, so it's going to roll.
I assume
Ooh,
we
that's
don't take
max.
damage, or...
You guys do not, actually, because it doesn't specify. That's a weird part. It just says saving throw or take 2d6 plus 8 bludgeoning damage and be knocked prone. So they're also... Yeah, they're prone. This is going to be bad for it, but it's going to take it. It's going to fly half of it. It's just going to fly off in its direction.
Would it still tend to be flanking from when it left, since we were flanking it? Or not?
Raven was prone.
So yeah,
As
not
far as
when
for
we-
you, for Stalverk and Letari, they do have their attacks. First of opportunity.
Okay. Da-da-da-da.
Technically,
Oh. Stalverk has Sentinel too.
Yeah, I have Sentinel, so I
Yeah,
can
all
like,
right.
from movement if I can hit it.
yeah.
And I
Sorry.
think 29 will hit it.
Oh yes, it will. So it's gonna go right back.
27 to hit here.
All right, go ahead and roll those damages. I need
That's
to add the damages here for.
I rolled a 19. I think that misses.
That does miss. Sorry.
8 points of slashing.
Wait one moment. Okay. 8 points of slashing.
There you go. It's easier for me to write it for you.
Thank you, thank you. Alright, so that's 21 plus 1 bleed. Cool. Hey, Stalverk,
Yes.
how do you want to do this?
Oh, Jesus.
Whoa!
After your strike there, Letari, it had 19 hit points left.
Hey!
You know? Huh. DM, surprise me. How does he kill it?
Surprising. Alright. As it goes to take off, I can imagine it brings its wing down to try and gain height. Stalverk just easily reaches up and slices through as far as its one wing, making it fall to the ground, and just finishes off burying the point of the scythe right in its head.
Nice.
I told you were trapped in here with us. Stupid lizard.
Hmm. You know,
Scythe
random,
out
seemingly
head.
unimportant question.
Hmm.
Does anyone else want to make gloves out of him?
I was thinking of Paris, but you know.
What is
Bruh.
what is one really enough hide to make a set of gloves out of this thing?
So first, I'm going to hit this button here. gonna turn on the usual go-to music.
I'm
Don't worry about it. So yeah,
I hate it.
it's the usual music I'm playing, okay?
Mm.
I could go back to playing the Winter Woods music. That wouldn't fit with the crow's sounds far deep in the cave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the other cave sounds I have are like volcanic cave sounds. That don't work here.
Alright, so we killed the thing that probably had the thing, and, where's his horde?
You see Soren kind of focus, and then he looks in the direction it started to try and take off in. That direction.
Ah,
I'm a harvested blood.
Yeah,
alright.
if you're cool with that, I would like to also harvest some of its hide.
Okay, here's what I need you guys to do. If you're harvesting, I need you to make nature checks.
Sweet.
Nature, you say? Alright.
probably going over here.
I want to go ahead and put Raven.
Ooh.
I don't know what she would want to harvest. Huffle over here as well. Alright, 27 and 22. Oh, fucking hell.
How
Soren,
much blood do I get out of the giant ass dragon?
So, you thought you hit it in the head with the scythe, first of all. You hit it in the neck. And as soon as you pull the scythe out, blood just starts out of it, kind of thing. Just pooling out of it. It'd be easy enough to try and just get some vials.
Yeah, I'm gonna just see how many extra vials he has. Which I think he only has
Jay, question.
5. Yeah. He only has 5.
That's
So we're gonna
5?
fill up the 5.
Yeah, you can fill up to 5 easily. Yes, Drag.
So this is a random question for a not actually going to do this in a moment, but would you consider dragon blood a non-magical liquid?
No. Dragons are magical creatures.
Well, damn. There goes my flask idea. Okay.
I'm not going to say shit. Anyways. So what were you trying to harvest, David, with your 20?
A good bit of its hide.
Would have tried.
That
I'd
may
say
or may
with
not be going to clubs.
22, you're able to get maybe about 20 pounds worth of hide.
That's a lot of hide.
Well, to be fair, dragon hide is heavy to begin with.
That is fair.
Which would probably be equivalent to a 5x5, 5 foot by 5 foot section of hide. All we're just saying.
So you're saying I could get hands out of this?
Yes. Because as you cut into it, you notice its hide is much tougher because it is in between each of the scales is like ice shards.
Ooh, I dig it.
So not only are you cutting through the scales, you're cutting through that ice.
Weird question.
So if
Can I find like a small spine to break off with that 27 as well?
I say easy enough. You'd see the spines on the tail, and you'd easily be able to just snap one off of it.
Sweet. Okay. That was all I
And you notice it's cold, very cold to the touch, because it is ice-like, but it's not melting in your hand. It's not, if you wrap your hand around ice, even if you're in somewhere cold, it still has that like water. It starts melting on the heat of your hand.
Yeah.
It doesn't do that.
Cool. Because he has an idea what to do with that.
Ooh.
Cool.
Great, I'm just gonna yoink the David. Unless the David wants to stand here and stare at the body.
Yeah, I am okay with being the yoink. I may or may not have been researching if Dragonhide had any special features when made into stuff.
I think all it does is the
really.
main
Yeah.
element. I think if you make like armor out of it, it gives
I
you the
think
wearer
it's the
cold resistance.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's it. You see Soren immediately come over to the wall, and he starts placing his hand against it, like trying to find, I guess, And he soon stops and realizes this dragon's like frozen the entire corridor leading towards his horde.
Hmm.
Oh, nice.
Huh. You know, I might have an idea.
Is it
He
all
immediately
fire?
goes this way.
So, yep, there's gonna be. I'm just gonna drop
Okay.
out a wall of fire here to melt out this corridor.
Make me a wisdom check.
All right. Cocked. All right. All right. So that's gonna be a 19.
19? You're able to get the fire to maybe melt halfway down the tunnel, which is about 20 feet.
All right.
When I say it froze all the way down, it froze 40-foot tunnel. It froze all the way down it. It wanted to make sure nobody could easily get to stuff.
You know, that's fair.
Gotcha. And that's throughout its entire duration, isn't it?
Yeah,
Huh.
unfortunately.
Well, I can do it again.
Go ahead and make me another wisdom check when you do it.
Sure. All right.
Can I cast Enhance Ability Owl's Wisdom on him?
You could, and it'll give him advantage on his wisdom check.
Yeah, he seemed like what's going on. He's like, take this.
Yep. It's gonna be an 18 next.
18? Same thing, it goes ahead and thaws the rest of it. Had you rolled above 20, it would have done about 30 foot. Had you rolled nat 20, it would have completely done it.
Sweet. All right.
Yeah. So yeah, you thaw it all the way through, and you find yourselves looking into another cavernous space. It's about 60 foot high, about 60 foot wide, and it goes back about 80 feet. And at the back of the room, you see a pile of gold weapons, other treasures. You see what looks to be like the front of an actual house, just against
Jesus.
one of the cave walls, in which you guys were informed it destroyed that one village. You can only assume it's probably a wall from one of the structures there.
Apparently, I like that house.
Yeah.
A trophy.
You know, Stalverk's just gonna go in and start grabbing the gold and jewels
Right.
and
All
put
right.
it into his bag of holding so it's separate for no reason
When
in
you
particular.
walk in there,
Okay.
you actually walk up to the horde and you make me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, good. I didn't think it'd be trapped, but okay. Jesus. That's a
Biggest
dirty,
trap for a dragon horde is a dragon.
dirty 20.
You succeed. You beat the DC of 18. As you take a step, you hear a
Look,
as the ice just starts to crack and cave slightly under your foot.
okay. What do we do about this?
Well, you notice it's just in like a 10-foot area in front of the horde. If you walk around, you notice it kind of dips slightly at that point. You can assume the dragon thought people can walk straight up to it.
That's fair. Which he
Mhm.
will
So-
point this out to everyone as he
Yeah.
goes around it.
Yep.
All right.
You notice Soren runs directly in and heeds your warning, goes around the side, and he's just throwing things to the side.
No, I was gonna actually kind of like before he went in there, he was gonna put his hand on his shoulder real quick and just say, "You can have it. Just remember you're in at the deal."
I leave it, don't come back.
He nods. He kind of.
I was about to say DM is actually kind of blanking. I think that was the deal.
Yeah. Pretty much, it was basically that. And he did promise, but Null doesn't really care about that. He just doesn't want deal Soren.
That's fair.
But he'll pat him on the shoulder and go, "All right, carry that hole like he said." He kind of lets him go. Basically, he's like, "Yeah, go ahead, have fun."
Like I say, he just goes and starts throwing things to the side. What was, other than grabbing the gems and gold and stuff? What was?
That was all. He was just putting it in the bag of holding.
Okay.
As much as he could possibly get till it hits its limit, basically.
All right.
Gonna look around for anything interesting.
I feel like he would take the few stuff out and put it just kind of on him, since a lot of the stuff was small things that he could just carry.
Yeah, but I'd say you could easily get like some of the little small stuff out of it that you doesn't need to be in there.
Yeah, just let me know how much he finds for no reason in particular.
Everybody else who is digging through stuff, make me investigation checks.
Okay.
Boring here, actually. So
Can I make mine a little bit specific to like anything that looks important to like the village folks or any interesting books, please?
I will say, you can easily tell what things are important to the village folks. For instance, the front of the structure.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, that's funny, no. Soren also rolled a 30-20 looking for his book. Oh. So, front of the house, you see some bone weapons that were like as far as the spear the girl's carrying. You see... Let's see, what was your actual check? I say that's about all you see with that 16.
Okay.
After a bit, Stalverk, before I get into what everybody else finds, you collect at least. Let's see. I'm going to start with gems and stuff as far as you're throwing in. About 500 gold worth of rubies, sapphires, emeralds, few little onyx gem pieces. Nothing as far as like diamond or stuff like that. Actual coin? This is gonna be a fun part. Because brain has to calculate now. You get around 15,000 worth of coin. 15,000 gold pieces worth of coin.
Okay.
That's a combination of different platinum pieces and stuff like that.
So
not really want to separate as far as all of it because it's easy enough to.
So just put 15,000.
Just put 15,000 gold.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Just go ahead and put 15,000 gold pieces.
Good to know.
Yeah.
I assume he wasn't able to get everything, so there's probably still some around. But
there's a decent sized pile.
Okay. Just for reference, I'm gonna roll Healing Spirit and try to heal up everybody as possible because he would have had another 8 turns of that.
Yeah, that is perfectly fair. So go ahead with the Null's dirty 20 real quick. We'll save the nat 20 for a second. Oh,
was Huffle
almost
full,
last?
Or can I use?
Huh?
Huffle wasn't at full, was she?
She's 3 points short of it.
Okay.
So she's decent. Yeah, she's decent at the moment. She's fine. Real quick, give me one moment. I almost forgot to roll for full investigation. Well, she is not proficient in investigation. That's actually kind of surprising to me. Okay. I say Soren does find his book, and he kind of just steps off to the corner for a moment. That's a 22 for her. Right, messages. I keep forgetting I need to know my messages for Lourdes' character sheet. Investigation. Right. Raven, that's the negative. That's a 3, so 2. Sorry, Raven. Probably safer that way.
You know.
So, first, with the Dirty 20 for Null, anything in particular you're looking for?
He's looking for anything that might be either magical, and then besides that, just
Okay.
No, he's just more looking for anything magical, like not necessarily maybe weapons, but more so like stuff you can wear.
What you find, you don't really find any magical clothing or anything of that nature. You find several of like the same coats type things as far as the lady was wearing earlier. Other than that, that's it as far as clothing wise. Like I said, you can assume majority of this came from the village. Magic item wise, you do find one magic item. It is a weapon. It's a bone weapon. It's sort of like a boomerang, actually.
Yeah, I should probably return this.
I'll say for reference, it is a +2 boomerang. And when it is thrown, it does actually come back to the person, even after making contact.
Ooh. Nice.
I'll say I will make note of what Huffle finds as far as to give to Huffle. And that leads us to David. Real quick, as far as for reference for everybody else's character sheets, who had that other Norse horn?
What?
I have one.
I'd say a while back, you guys found as far as one of the horns, with like the Norse symbols and stuff.
The Horn of Valhalla.
Yeah.
Silver,
Yes.
I have one.
You have it?
Mhm.
Which material was it?
Silver.
Okay. Cool. I just wanted to be sure, because you find another one of those, David.
Huh.
Oh, hey, look.
Well, damn.
I just have to figure out.
Claire doesn't
Which
remember if we were aware there was
color-
a set of them.
You were not.
Huh.
We're not aware of it. I just now have to roll a D100.
Raven was at full, I believe, right?
That is not how you do that. Okay. That will give you the... I gotta reroll. Ah, motherfucker. Because you guys already have the silver one. That'll work. Alright. So, what you find is a bronze one. You find a bronze version of the thing as far as you guys have found before. Same symbols and everything.
Huh. So there's a set of these apparently?
Well, let's see how many there are. That might be interesting.
I'm assuming there's no indication of what this thing would do at the moment.
No. Unfortunately
Okay.
not.
And I don't have that
'cause
spell prepped.
Yeah, and I don't think you guys got the other one checked out before either.
Hmm.
Null didn't
You guys-
take damage, right?
No, actually took nothing.
Okay. He can't heal Raven, just as an FYI, so
Yeah.
if you're gonna heal her, then that's up to you. But I'm just gonna use the last 4 for Stalverk then, because he's down by like 60 points.
Oh,
yeah,
jeez.
you know.
Cold breath, man. It tore
It
you
hurts.
up.
Yeah.
It tore you guys up.
And he knows
at
Sword
89.
can heal himself, so he's not really worried about him, let's be honest.
But see,
Uh,
You notice Soren's not too worried about healing himself. He was more worried about trying to find that book.
Fair.
And
Let's
how
see.
bad off is Raven, anyways?
Raven's only short 20. She's
okay.
at 93 of 113. I say I'm thankful so many of you are 100 or more. I think there's 2 of you that are below 100.
Just brings him back up to max.
Yeah, just barely here on my end.
Yeah, I brought almost everybody up to max again.
Fair.
So there's still a large pile of gold, right?
There is. It's a decent sized one. The closer you look, by the way, a lot of it's copper and silver mixed in there. A lot of copper and silver. There is gold. There is platinum pieces. Not very many platinum, and the equivalent. There's probably, of all the copper you see there, the equivalent of probably half of that is what's there of gold. But otherwise, a few sporadic little small gems that really aren't worth that much are spread throughout it. Stuff like that.
Yeah, that's what Null will do. He would bring out his stagecoach and use that to kind of load that up a bit. Because he's thinking
Oh
honestly,
god, you're
Player
low.
he's thinking of the people back there. He doesn't want them having to come all here for it.
Fair.
Especially with Mr. Hydra being fat shamed by the wall over there.
Yeah.
He'll find a way
And
out.
to be
He'll find a
fair,
way
I'm
out
sure they're
eventually.
going to come back here looking for the bodies.
Oh yeah, they are. They are.
But how did you know what Stalverk was doing there, Null?
Oh, I have literally no idea what you were doing there. Just grabbing shit.
Okay, the most unselfish character starts gathering up all the gold.
I knew exactly what you were doing the minute you said, I'm going to put all this in the bag of holding and keep it separate. And I'm like, he's going to be giving all of that gold back to the village is what he's about to do.
Yeah. Null's not entirely sure what you were doing, but at the same time, Null's also looking around, so I don't think he really paid much attention.
To be fair, we still have a wall of ice blocking us in. We need to get through that.
You do.
Yeah.
You do. You have a decent sized wall of ice there.
She's probably going to
How
head back
tall
out
is
and
the wall of ice?
check it out, to be honest.
Right. It is still solid. I need to get the dragon token off though.
Does it go all the way to the ceiling?
It does not. But I will say, there's probably like a 5-foot gap.
Well, we got our gas form still.
Yeah.
That's also
Oh,
true.
that's true.
You guys would easily be able to cast
head
this form
out.
just.
Yeah, head out and like
Yeah.
come around here and here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Just
Oh yeah, I was
go
saying
over
you could
to
cut
the
the
hole.
gas form through the hole.
Fucking Nero.
Yeah.
We're just gonna snag and yeet.
Whee!
They'll
Where did
just
everybody
kinda, end up back here eventually.
Yeah. Let's go fast forward slightly. And you notice he's going that way.
Smart.
He does not transform back into human form. He's
Yep. Good enough for me.
and as I almost actually yeeted him out of existence over there. I will keep him off to the side for future reference.
Actually gonna go straight up to her.
No, first pull the fucking boomerang. Be like, yes, it's yours.
Oh no. You
Yeah,
see. Go ahead.
I'd like to imagine that this point Fuzzy was probably like perched on the chief lady's shoulder at this point, just like stare.
I like to imagine him probably perched on her head.
That works. I'm okay
Just
with that.
sitting there,
Also-
staring.
That owl is just creepy.
Yep. Just
You
wait,
you
just-
see her face before you hand her the boomerang. She is not amused.
Yeah, apologies. Fuzzy just kind of does that on occasion.
First thing he's gonna pull out is he's gonna pull out that bag, and just because he has the funds, he's just gonna buy another one. He'll give her the bag of holding and tell her what's in it.
Fair, right? You see a tear well up, and I'll say that's when you hand her the boomerang as well. No, and you see a look of recognition.
I figured.
And she just looks at both of you. Did you find any of her people?
Nod and kind of reach into his pocket and pull out the necklace and hold it out to her.
And she breaks.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. He died defending all of us.
The dragon's not gonna bother anyone. There is a big thing with multiple heads that's currently too big to fit through a hallway.
There's a
Oh,
Yeti
that?
not too far off either.
Oh, it's harmless. It doesn't even have teeth.
Huh.
You might want to watch out for the Yeti that's not far off, though.
Oh, that thing is scared of its own shadow.
Wow.
To be fair, that dragon kind of scarred a lot of things in this place.
No, you know, that's actually pretty fair. Yeah. I do have more of your. I did collect the rest of what we could in well, the things you've seen to turn into the stagecoach.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll take me a bit to get it all there, but more funds, more gems. And that he'll kind of like start working at that, basically.
Mm-hmm. That's fair.
Maybe even like, you know what? He can open the side window and be like, anyone want to help me get the coin out of here? I'll hand it to you.
You see a bunch of the more able-bodied people come over and start helping you unload and stuff like that. As you're doing that, you guys hear a rumbling sound.
What the heck?
And as you do, you hear a loud crashing sound towards the entrance of the cave.
I'm gonna go, yeet!
Careful.
I will go.
You
go
get
for the
that
back.
far, Letari?
Where?
Right where you are.
Okay.
This whole area is caved in.
Oh no.
I swear.
Get it!
So,
Sorry.
I swear to the gods that your sword did that. Murder! Murder to the highest degree. More than what we had originally planned. Murder!
I think we're gonna have to dig our way out for the sounds of that.
Oh, don't worry, there's another way out.
and she actually points across the way. Over here. What just looks like a wall of ice.
You know?
If you need some help transporting this back to your village so you can start rebuilding, I'm happy to help you.
That's actually what's out that way.
I'm in a rush to get back. I'm not.
Yeah.
You were asking everybody else that?
Yeah, he kind of looks back
Yeah.
at the other two, and as these two enter.
Mm-hmm.
I'm more than willing to help escort them back. Some of the kids or whatever can probably sit in the main room in here and be comfortable as well. Those that aren't as able to walk.
I see no problems with that.
Hey, you gotta do something good here, right?
Besides kill a dragon.
Well, that was partially selfish. This is more important.
I fail to see how making sure it doesn't freeze everything, including us, is selfish.
Letari just kind of shrugs. Originally, we were coming here to deal with the Soren problem. The rest of the aftermath just kind of existed.
True. It's kind of connected.
I feel like Stalverk would probably, like, kind of tell her if they wanted to go back. Because I imagine they're going to want to go back and find all the villagers. He's probably going to give her, like, an idea of where they roughly are.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine he could probably easily pull up a map and do an easy sketch of where they walked and this is where they found people.
Yeah. And she'll make note of it, and she'll, keep the sketch as far as that way she can find them.
Yeah. Because I feel like they're going to want to go back and find everybody and put them to rest. And then he'll also say this is where the dragon was. There's a wall of ice there.
Yeah, right.
That it's behind. Yeah.
We left a part of a house there.
She just kind of laughs a bit, and then gets serious again. Once we get reestablished, we'll send people back in to collect everyone.
Sounds good.
And that is actually where I think we're going to call it for tonight.
Just helping them back to the village. Got it.
Yeah, as far as getting the people loaded up, as far as and starting to escort back. So next time we'll pick up exiting as far as that secret exit or entrance or however you want to call it. And there is another map in the waiting. Sorry for that.
Goody.
Thank you, Fox.
Listen, all I was told was to build a special map, and he didn't give details. He just told me build this kind of map.
A special? I don't like that.
Don't worry, it's fine. It actually is fine. I will admit that.
It looks
move
pretty.
It does. It looks really pretty. I love it.
Sure it does. I believe it.
But yeah, that's be fun.
I figured it's
I
hard for
literally
me to
love-
keep up on art, so I wanted to offer to like help out with map making. Just don't need to give a whole bunch of detail. Just say, oh, I need a snow map or of a town, or a snow map of the area. You know, a lake, a forest, things like that. I figured that would be the easiest offer of like, you don't have to tell me anything. I'll show it to you if you want me to remove things or things like that. If you need help, same goes to you, Fluffy. I didn't want to say anything yet because I wanted to wait till it was brought up.
Yeah.
Fair.
But I enjoy as far as the map, as far as that was given to me.
That's
Goody.
very fair.
But yeah, this is where some fun begins.
Oh yes. Also,
I mean,
I do
fun
love-
was a dragon. But
oh, yeah,
go ahead.
True. I said I do love the fact that literally these two basically like, you know what? Look at all this gold. Let's give it to those people.
Yeah, you know.
It's true.
Sure.
It's a good time. I got probably a lot more leather than I need to make a pair of gloves.
I
If
don't
you
know
don't
why I
And
use
a
don't
that
reason
you
to
for
talk to
other,
a
other
blacksmith
people.
later.
I don't know why I'm making you watch this stream, but there you go. There's now a cat face that says meow.
Okay, no joke. I glanced down at the stream and saw you moving your camera. I was like, "What?" And then I look. I was like, "Wait!" And I zoom out over here. I was like, "Oh, hello."
This is
Oh
what I do.
my
As you can
God.
tell, all the blue marks is my shenanigans.
Yes.
Brilliant.
I get bored very easily while I'm sitting here waiting to roleplay or something. So don't ask. This is completely out of context over here. Don't ask about that. You gotta watch one of the older episodes to get that.
It's a good time.
Yeah.
But anyways, thank you all so much.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for coming out. And thank you for hanging out and seeing everything that there is so far.
Yeah, join us again on. I'll have to check with Lourdes if she's doing Straw Thursday. We'll see how she's feeling and how if her
Yeah.
internet's fixed and all that. Otherwise,
And-
we'll see you Friday.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep.
Mhm.
Yes.
Bye,
indeed.
everybody.
Have a good night.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.